The bells tolled for a long time before anyone allowed themselves to say the king was dead. They spilled their bronze grief over the red roofs and crooked streets, over the rustle of silk in the halls and the scrape of boots on stone, over river barges and fishwives and the blinded windows of the guild houses, until the sound seemed something the city had been born with, a pulse too old to notice unless one stopped to listen. Lord Eddard Stark listened. He stood at the narrow window of the Hans Solar with the parchment in his hand and the smell of heated wax in his nose, and minded the bells as if each peal were an oath that needed keeping. The paper crackled when his knuckles tightened, and the seal Robert Stagg pressed deep and careless, caught the light like a shard of winter sun. The room was warm as a baker's mouth. King's Landing liked its heat, even as night pushed the day's glare down into the gullies and made the palace lanterns beautiful. Ned's leg ached. A hot iron lodged beneath the skin where Jaime Lannister's men had broken him in the street. The ache did not seem to care that the bells spoke of a friend. It made him remember the slick cobbles and Jory's blood. He closed his eyes to it. Below in the yard, there was the murmur of men assembling because a city never slept. Not truly, and word traveled swifter than any raven when it wanted to. The gold cloaks were changing watches with an unease that carried like a smell. He could hear the difference in their voices. Peter Baelish lounged on the window seat as if the bells were a play staged for his amusement. The man's fingers toyed with a ring and then with the ribbon at his throat. His smile seemed always to be chasing something it had no intention of catching. "There are wakes in the Riverlands that show less enthusiasm," he observed lightly. Ned did not answer at once. The parchment was not heavy, but it felt heavier than ice did when he carried it across a winter courtyard. His thumb was clean of ink. His thumb felt stained. Varys was there as well, hands steepled, the silk of his robe whispering at the slightest movement. "We will all miss his grace." He was expansive. Robert would not have liked the bells, Ned said. His voice surprised him by sounding even. He drank for noise and laughed to drown out quieter things. He would have us drink now if he had a say. "And yet the realm always insists on ceremony," Peter said. "It's what separates us from brutes. Ceremony and coins." Ned turned and placed the parchment upon the table. The handwriting that covered it was crabbed by pain but unmistakable. Robert's words, Robert's will, naming him Lord Protector until the boy came of age. Robert had said boy, and not Joffrey, because the thought had been a thorn even in the king's throat at the last. Ned had not added the truth. He had not needed to. When a friend is dying, honesty is a blade best handled with care. The ink had dried and bruised small islands where the quill had paused too long. He rested his hands beside the will and watched them sit there, brown and scarred and cooler than his face. "Janos Slint will ask where the coin is," Peter said. "He will be thinking of loyalty and how much of it can be bought this evening. He is a practical man. If you mean to be Lord Protector in fact and not in parchment alone, now is the moment to sling your purse." "I will not buy what oath should already have given," Ned said. "Ah." Peter's smile did not falter. "Then we had both better hope we live in a world that exists more often in the north than in Flea Bottom." Varys inclined his head a fraction. "The City Watch has never met a purse it could not be charmed by. Their commander least of all. But there are other chords to pluck. Duty, fear, the reputation of a certain stern lord who prefers the clean edge of a thing." Ned looked up sharply. "I will not be spoken of as if I were an instrument." "You are not an instrument, my lord," Varys said, mild as milk. "You are the hand that holds one, and you are not in the north. This heat you feel? It is not only the air. It is appetite. It is ambition. It is terror in small cups sipped by little men who will do anything, to make sure the next cup is not bitter." The bells changed tone, as if the wind had shifted. Ned closed his eyes a moment and saw his sisters as children, their hair the sort of brown that went russet at harvest. The God's Wood at Winterfell had smelled of damp bark and leaves turned to mulch where the light never reached. That smell was nowhere here. The gardens of the Red Keep were lemon and water and roses trained into obedient shapes. Somewhere the sea licked at the cliff with slow and patient arrogance. Somewhere boys were chasing one another, ignorant and shrill. "Send for Slint," Ned said, opening his eyes, "and Barristan Selmy, and Ser Ares of the Kingsguard. And you will find Lord Stannis if you can, though he may already have taken ship. Lord Stannis has the unhappy habit of doing what he thinks best rather than what others might prefer," Varys replied. "I will see what I can discover." "And Ser Jaime Lannister?" Peter asked with studied indifference, as if he were inquiring after an acquaintance's hound. Ned turned the ring on his finger. It had belonged to the hand before him. It meant nothing that would matter to a sword. "Is he in the city?" Peter's smile folded like a knife slipping into a sheath. "Word is that he is riding hard for the capital with a small party. I could not say whether rumor outpaces him or he outpaces rumor, but either way, the gates will see him soon. Family is a powerful tide, and grief loves company." Eddard's hand went to his thigh without thinking. The ache hummed there like a plucked string. "Send trusted men to the river gate," he said at last. "Not many, stout hearts. If Ser Jaime enters the city, he enters under my eye. If he is kept out, then we will make that decision openly, not with a spear but on his chest at the wall while tongues wag and knives come out elsewhere." Peter examined his fingernails. "How fortunate that I have an abundance of stout hearts to choose from." "Send Tomard," Ned said, and the name steadied him like the weight of a spear in his palm. "And Varley, and as many of my own household as can be spared that will not make the court tattle about a northerner's siege of his own king's peace." Varys inclined his head again, his smile ephemeral as smoke. "Shall I advise the queen?" "Not yet," Ned said. The parchment on the table seemed to throb like something breathing. "The queen will be advised when I have the means to enforce counsel. For now, she will be with her children." He thought of the children for a moment and felt the old familiar unease. Sansa had eaten those lemon cakes as if they were the whole point of coming south. Arya could not sit still as long as it took to be scolded. Joffrey's eyes were too cool for his years and crowed like a cock in an empty yard. He had one son of his own in the city and did not have him at his side. That was a failing he could not forgive in himself because there was no one else it would suit to blame. "Then I will go to the river gate," Peter said. "It was always a decent place to find a story. Perhaps tonight it will provide a moral." When they were gone, the room grew quieter. The bells still ran on, but they seemed farther away. Ned stood for a time without moving except for his breath, which felt like something he needed to remember to do. The sword ice lay across the brackets on the wall, massive and simple, the ripples in the steel showing when the candlelight moved. He had carried it from Moat Cailin to White Harbor once, because his father had said that men ought to see the steel that answered for their crimes. Since coming south, he had kept ice-sheathed more than seemed healthy. A blade could go to sleep if it did not smell air often enough, like a horse kept too long in a stall. He took it down, and he did not do so softly. The scabbard whispered. The weight was an old friend that had got thinner but still embraced him as if no time had passed. He held the sword up and looked along its edge. In the polished black of the Valyrian steel, he saw his face split in two by the line where the metal met the candle. His eyes looked older on one side. He was older on one side. Duty had a way of doing that. It took a bite and did not always chew evenly. When Barristan Selmy came in, he bowed like he was at a tourney, but his mouth was tired. The old man wore white like snow fallen on something too dark and too jagged to be changed by it. "Lord Stark," he said, and his voice had iron in it yet. "Is it true?" Ned nodded. "Then the realm will ask what next," Selmy said. He looked at the sword, and for a heartbeat his face softened with something that might have been memory or simple respect. "The city already asks. The guards at the gates are uncertain. They look for the first man who seems certain enough for them to be his." "Will you be mine?" Ned said. Selmy's eyes did not narrow or widen. They did not do anything a boy's would do. "I am the king's," he said. "I have been the king's since before you grew your beard. Tonight I am the realm's. If the king is dead, the realm must be kept from tearing itself." There will be men who tell you that the realm is a morsel to be torn, Ned said. They will tear, and if enough knights in white go deaf at the noise, we will all pretend it is music. Selmy did not smile. I will not go deaf. There is talk that Ser Jaime Lannister comes. There is more than talk. What would you have of me, my lord? Stand beside me, Ned said. If Ser Jaime enters the city under my leave, he will answer for what he did to my men and for drawing steel upon the hand of the king acting with the king's authority. He will answer for the king's peace broken in the street. He will answer to law. Selmy's mouth tightened. He is of the king's guard. So are you, Ned said. And you are here. For a heartbeat, the old knight said nothing. Then he bowed again, deeper. I am here. He glanced at the parchment and then at the door where the air smelled cooler. You will need the watch. They will come. Ned thought of Peter's hands and disliked himself for the need of them. I would sooner have northern men and daylight, but we have neither luxury. They found Janos Slint in the lower hall with a cup in his hand and suspicion knotting the corners of his eyes. He smelled of wine and sweat, of leather kept near a kitchen heat. He bowed as if his knees were not used to it. My Lord Hand. Lord Protector, Peter said, coming in behind him like a shadow that had been invited by a candle. We have the watch, Captain, and we have news. Slint's gaze flicked to where ice recessed the air and then away, as if the sword offended him by having no coins hidden in it. You sent for me, my lord? Ned studied him. A man shaped by alleys could be as hard as any mountain. He put his hand upon the ailing part of his leg to keep it from rubbing against itself. The king is dead, he said. Until the true heir comes of age, I am charged with the protection of the realm and the keeping of the king's peace. The watch will keep the peace. The watch will keep what it is paid to keep, Slint said before he remembered to look at Peter. That is a figure of speech. The watch is loyal. Loyal to whom? Ned asked softly. Slint blinked. There was sweat at his temples. To the city, my lord. Good, Ned said, and let the word sit. Then you will station men at the river gate. If Ser Jaime Lannister enters, he will be escorted to the Red Keep under guard. He will be disarmed. If he refuses, he will be detained. He will not raise a hand. If one of his men does, he will lose that hand. Slint swallowed, the cords in his neck moving like worms beneath skin. Ser Jaime is a man, Ned said in the plain voice his father had used when telling truths that were not complicated until someone tried to make them so. He is a man of the king's guard, but even a white cloak does not float above the law. Peter's eyes glittered. The gold cloaks prefer gold, he murmured. It would be cruel to ask them to risk their blood without sweetening their mouths. Ned looked at him. The words tasted foul in the mouth, but duty sometimes came on a dish one would not choose. Pay them, he said. Pay them well, and tell them they are not taking sides in a quarrel of lords but keeping order for the city that feeds their children. Tell them there is honor in it, and tell them there will be bread. He almost laughed at that and did not. Slint's mouth twitched. Very good, my lord. His eyes went to Barristan Selmy and then to the door, calculating. The river gate, then. And the Red Keep, Ned said. Double the watches. If I call, the watch answers. Slint bowed and left with an eagerness that was almost relief. Peter's mouth did something that would have been a smile on a kinderman, and on him was a trick. You sound almost as if you were born to this, my lord. One would never guess you prefer snow to sweat. I prefer honesty to tricks, Ned said. Then you will want very much to go home, Peter replied, and made it sound like a compliment. The night grew thicker. The bells thinned and finally ceased. The silence that followed had a weight to it, as if the city had taken a breath and was deciding what to do with it. Torchlight made the stones weep. A breeze slid off Blackwater Bay carrying tar, old fish, and the memory of salt. Ned stood upon the battlements with Barristan Selmy at his right hand and Varys at his left. Two ghosts made different. When the horn from the river gate blew, a brief coarse sound quickly smothered. They came with spears, the watch, and in their midst was a man on a white horse with a cloak matching it so precisely that it seemed cut from the same hide. Jaime Lannister rode as if there were no other way to sit a saddle. Even at a distance his ease offended. Squires trailed him like bright minnows follow a shark's flank. The gate torches picked out his hair and turned it to metal. Ned's hands grew still on the parapet. When they brought him into the yard, he did not dismount at once. "My lord Hand," he said, and if there was grief in his voice, it hid beneath something that looked a great deal like amusement. "Or is it Lord Protector now? Congratulations, if so. Forgive me if I do not kneel. My leg is stiff from riding." "You will dismount," Ned said, and Jaime did, lightly, and tossed the reins to the watchman nearest as if it were a favor. Barristan Selmy looked at Jaime with a face that would have made a statue look garrulous. "Sir Jaime," he said, "you come in haste." "As does bad news," Jaime answered, and inclined his head at Ned. "Is it true?" "It is," Ned said, and for a heartbeat, something human and unguarded flickered in the knight's eyes before the lid went down again. Jaime's gaze moved to ice where it hung in the hands of a Stark-sworn shield behind Ned, and his mouth almost smiled. "You brought the big one. I suppose I should feel honored." "You will surrender your sword," Ned said. "I thought perhaps you would ask me to surrender my head," Jaime replied, and slowly unbuckled the belt at his hips. He drew the sword as if laying a lady to bed, and the metal whispered like a compliment to itself. He handed it not to Slint but to Barristan Selmy. Their hands touched. Something like history crossed between them in that brief brush of skin and steel. "You will be confined," Ned said. The words came as if they had lived in him for hours. "Tomorrow you will answer for what you did in the street and for the deaths of men under my protection." Jaime tilted his head as if listening for a tune. "And here I thought we would drink to the late king and to whatever poor bastard must now wear a crown and to the inevitability of my sister's displeasure. But if you prefer ceremony in your cellars," he held out his hands, mock helpful. "Do you require manacles, Lord Stark? I am told iron can be quite dashing if worn with confidence." "Take him," Ned said. They gave Jaime a tower cell with a slit for a window and a view of the sea that mocked him with blue he could not taste. He laughed when he saw it and then stopped laughing, and when he sat upon the pallet of straw, he did it with a grace that made something in Ned bristle. Pride had a way of making even low furniture seem a throne. Ned stood beside the doorway and did not enter. Ice was at his back. His men stood at either side, the air between them smelling faintly of boiled leather and steel oil. The sea said hush hush through the stone. "You swore your sword to a king," Ned said at last. "You drew it on that king's hand as if the vow were smoke." Jaime's eyes were very clear. "You mistake me for a man who worships words." "I mistake you for a man who thinks he is clever," Ned said. "Clever dies like any other." "You should know," Jaime answered and smiled without joy, "what it is to break oath because your oath makes you monster. I do not expect you to understand. Then again, perhaps you do understand, and that is why you hate me. Perhaps the hate is easier to hold than the knowing." Ned did not flinch. "I have never chosen a pleasure over a duty." "Then you have my pity," Jaime said lightly, and leaned his head against the cool of the wall. "Have you come to speak to me of the boy in the tower?" Ned's breath paused in his chest and then moved again because it must. "You speak in riddles." "I speak of Jory Castle and of my men cut down in a city street because your pride was pricked like a boy's." Something in Jaime's face shuddered. "Ah yes, your man with the braids and the quiet eyes. He fought well." "He died well," Ned said, and surprising himself, he kept his voice flat when it wished to sink its teeth. "Tomorrow you will answer to the law." "The law?" Jaime murmured, letting the word curl. "And who is the law tonight, Stark? A dead stag on cold marble and a wolf who would rather be hunting snow." Ned turned away before his hands decided they had rights his head had not granted. "Sleep," he said. "You will want strength." "Shall I expect your daughters at my door with prayers?" Jaime asked lazily. "The older one is pretty. The younger one needs a stricter master-at-arms." Ned stopped, very still. He did not turn. "Do not speak of my daughters," he said. and the words were so quiet the heir had to lean near to hear them. Behind him, the straw creaked. "We always speak of children in this city," Jaime said, his voice going not softer but realer, and that was worse. "We make them burdens or baubles or banners. It's the grown ones we pretend are abstractions." Ned left the cell without looking back. The door boomed when the bar came down. The sound seemed to ask a question. He went to the Godswood because the gods of the north had no temple here, only a pale green place where water slid among stones and low trees lifted leaves like hands. No weirwood. No face carved to look back and judge. Only his own reflection when he bent and cupped water into his palms. Tasted of limestone and regret. He drank anyway. The dawn was thin as old cloth when the yard began to fill. Word had seeped through cracks in the Red Keep and down into the streets and into the fish markets and across to the wharves and back up again with the salt clinging to it. Men came because men came where there was spectacle and danger and the chance to see a great man tripped by his own shadow. Women came because their sons had sworn to gold. The small folk stood at the edge of it, their eyes wide and there, mouths working around old bread. The lords and the lordlings stood closer because they were allowed and because there were wagers to mark down in secret books. The white cloaks of the Kingsguard looked like someone had hung laundries to dry in a place no breeze reached. Cersei came in green with her hair bound in a net of gold that made her skull look delicate. Joffrey came with her, his mouth set in a severity that belonged on an older face. Tommen trotted a half-step behind, brown as a loaf, eyes already too big for tears. Myrcella's hand clung to a maid's sleeve. They stood upon the stair that overlooked the yard. There were guards around them, but Cersei did not look at the spears. She looked at Ned with an expression made of wine and wire. Varys stood near a pillar. Peter Baelish stood near the pillar's shadow. Barristan Selmy stood like a statue cut for a tomb and not yet assigned. Janos Slynt occupied a position as if the place had been measured for him with a tailor's string. A man who knew where to be when the dice were thrown. Arya Stark had been found and set upon a bench beneath a leather awning with Septa Mordane and disapproval for company. Sansa came with Queen Cersei because that was how the queen wanted her, and because Sansa had believed a dozen lies and could not tell which of them were dresses and which were chains. They brought Jaime from the tower with his hands bound but his face unbound, and the yard took a breath in. He walked as if his wrists were in silk rather than iron. He looked once to his sister, and that look was the only private thing he allowed himself where anyone but she could see. Cersei's mouth tightened and then smoothed. Joffrey's chin went up as if something invisible had tugged it. Ned stepped into the yard. He had ice on his back, and the leather of the harness creaked, and the sound went into the hush like the voice of a boy singing at his father's grave. He stepped to the platform the carpenters had set up in a hurry that smelled of sawdust and sweat and a profession grateful for work. He looked at the faces and at the sky. He looked at the small alley of pale cloud above the yard, and he wished for snow. The air smelled of horses and of fear. "Sir Jaime Lannister," he said. He kept his voice low and let the hush carry it. "You stand accused of the murder of men sworn to my service, of violent attack upon the hand of the king acting in the king's name, of drawing steel upon the king's peace. How do you answer?" Jaime studied him, and then studied the blade upon Ned's back. "Shall I show you how my father answers questions? He writes letters. Have you received one yet?" "I will hear your answer," Ned said. "I killed men who came at me with swords," Jaime said. "As did they. You were wounded because you were in a street where men with swords decided whose pride would have the cobbles. The law will do as it pleases, Lord Stark. Pleases you today to pretend the law is lofty. I have seen days when the law preferred a low bed and a warm mouth." Barristan Selmy's jaw moved. Peter Baelish's eyes did what eyes do when they are counting. A gull cried from the direction of the river and did not wait to see who listened. "The law is not mine," Ned said. "It is older than me and younger than any child in this yard. It says a man answers for the lives he takes when he takes them outside of war and without sanction. It says we are not stags or lions. The man who passes judgment should swing the blade to remember what blood weighs. I will not be a man who forgets." He turned then and pulled ice from its harness. The sword whispered and then sang because the air had to say something when it met that edge. The ripples in the metal ran like water beneath a wind. Jaime's eyes went to it and then back to Ned's face with a look that was almost approval. "Do you repent?" Ned asked because that was what the words were, and because he wanted them, though he did not know for whom. Jaime's smile was a thing made for tourneys. It had learned to please and to wound with equal ease. "I repent that my hair will be wasted on the ground. If I had known, I might have arranged to give it to my sister for a girdle. It would please her to tie me around her waist for once." A hiss went through the crowd. Cersei did not move. Her eyes were green as an unfriendly sea.
Ned motioned.
Two of his men pushed Jaime forward until his neck could reach the block. Jaime did not kneel. He bent at the waist like a man attending to a courtesy. His bound hands were not steady. His mouth did not tremble. The yard made the sound it always made when death came near. A crowd trying to hold its breath together. Sansa's fingers bit her own palm and did not know it. Arya leaned forward without meaning to and caught Septa Mordane's elbow for balance. The Septa gasped and then put her hand over Arya's fingers because there was nowhere else to put it. Joffrey's face had gone very pale, so that his eyes stuck out like blue stones pressed into dough. Tommen made a sound and swallowed it. Myrcella looked as if she did not yet know the shape of what she was seeing. Ned lifted ice. His bad leg did not protest. The sword knew where to go. The weight settled in his hands like a final word. For an instant the air seemed thick, as if he were lifting through water. The blade came down. It did what it was made to do. There was a sound like a branch taken from a tree that did not want to give it. There was a spurt, not a fountain, and there was hair shining like a coin upon the ground, and a man became a body. No cheer rose, no groan, except from one corner where someone had lost their breakfast quietly. The yard released its breath in a soft, ragged sigh. Cersei did not move at all. Joffrey flinched, and his flinch made him look for a heartbeat like a child after all. Tommen started to cry then, angrily, as if the tears were traitors. Myrcella pressed her face into the maid's sleeve, and the maid stared straight ahead because she wanted to keep her head. Ned wiped the sword with a cloth offered by his man. The cloth went red in a way that would never be undone. He returned ice to its harness, and his shoulders lowered slightly as the weight left his hands and went to his back. He looked at the head because a part of him believed he would be less than honest if he did not. Jaime's eyes were still open, their light gone somewhere no yard could see. The mouth slightly parted as if it would speak one more jest and then thought better of it. "By the law of the realm," Ned said, and the words were wood in his mouth. "Justice is done." Cersei Lannister came forward then, the green of her gown moving like poison made visible. She did not look at the head, nor at the body. She looked at Ned. "Is it?" she asked, and the softness in her voice made Varys take a very discreet step backward. "Is that what you call it?" "It is what I call it," Ned said. "I call it the keeping of peace in a city that has too little of it." "You have killed the realm's protector," she said softly enough that only he might hear, and yet the courtyard leaned forward to try. "Do you think my father will call it peacekeeping? Do you think he will write you a note of thanks? All you have bought yourself is a war that will eat your north to the bone." Ned did not look away. "The realm will not be kept by fear of a lion's roar," he said. "It will be kept by law and a throne not stolen." Her eyes flickered. The mention of theft was a blade dipped in honey. Joffrey's breath came sharp, too sharp. "Who speaks of stealing?" the boy demanded, in a voice that squeaked and then hardened as it remembered itself. "I am the king. I will." "You will go with your mother," Barristan Selmy said, with more authority than he had used since Robert still hunted boar. "You will pray for your father's soul and for the wisdom to take up what you have been given. You will not speak here." Joffrey's mouth hung open for a beat, then snapped shut. Cersei's eyes slid to Selmy. "You will regret this," she said almost gently. "I have made a habit of regret," Selmy answered, equally gentle. "It keeps a man thin enough for his armor." Ned looked over the crowd and found Slint. "The head," he said. "Find a place." Slint licked his lips. "Where, my lord?" "Somewhere respectful," Ned said. "There is a chapel for the Kingsguard. He will lie there until whatever rites the White Cloaks deem necessary are said. The body will be prepared. He will not be dragged through the street like a brigand." Cersei laughed then. It was a sound like glass under heel. "Do you think you purchased decency with your arrangements? He was the best of them. He was the arm that kept the city from foolishness more than once. You have cut that arm away. Now see how steadily your realm pours wine." She turned and swept away, Joffrey trailing like a boat behind a ship. The small folk began to talk the way bees begin to hum after a stone has been thrown into their hive. The lords made remarks that were not questions and questions that were not remarks. Ned felt the day on his skin and knew it would be long before he could rub it off. They took the body away. Blood darkened the straw and then slowly went brown. Men walked carefully around it as if it were a hole. The sky had warmed to a white that made the brick glare like anger. Ned dismissed the crowd and the murmurs thinned until only the steady clink and thud of the keep's ordinary day remained. Varys came with his hands folded and Peter with his mouth in a sympathetic shape and Barristan with his honor. "That was clean," Peter said. "Clean and quick." "Blood is never clean," Ned said. Varys's bland face barely moved. "The ravens will be black with this by sunset," he said. "Lord Tywin will have one in his hand by nightfall if the wind is ordinary. If it is kind, he will have it sooner." "Do not hope for kindness," Peter murmured. Ned turned his face up to the dawn as if warmth might strike him and despised himself for the thought. "What would you have had me do?" "Oh," Peter said. "Whisper and wait and cut a man in a closed room where only his friends would hear and no one could assign it the dignity of law. That is how the South keeps its carpets clean while the floors beneath rot. But you are not of the South. You insist upon sun and shadow. How rare. How inconvenient." Barristan Selmy looked toward the distant chapel where white marble concealed a small dark door. "I will see that he is tended to," he said. "Whatever he was to the realm, he was also my brother in arms." "Whatever he was," Ned said, and the words refused to be anything other than what they were. Afterward he sent for parchment and for men who could be trusted to ride and not speak more than to an innkeeper and then only about the weather. The letters he wrote were brief. Stannis, he wrote, and then the truth because words that hid the heart of a thing on paper offended him more than they did anywhere else. Renly, he wrote, and though he did not trust Renly, he knew that trust was a game that had already been set upon a board and he had been handed a piece without being told the rules. To Winterfell he wrote longer, because Catelyn should know everything that mattered that he could not hold in his hands till she could touch them. He told Robb that the banners might be called and must be ready, and he hated himself that he wrote it, and he knew his father would have written the same. He sent a man to the river docks to watch the masts and the coursing gulls, because a ship can carry doom as easily as silk. He sent a man to the sept to watch which lords knelt and which merely bowed their heads. He sent Tomard to the kitchens to listen to women whose gossip ran down into lower places. He sent Septa Mordain to Sansa to keep her occupied with songs that did not mention heads. He did not send anyone to Arya because Arya did not keep where she was put. When he found her, she was in the small yard where the Braavosi master had drilled her. Feet planted, sword of wood up, face intent as if the piece of pretend was the only true thing in the world. Syrio Farrell watched her with his head tilted like a bird. He wore no sword and did not need one. He smiled when he saw Ned, and it was a good smile, the kind that made him look wicked and kind at once. "She is a cat," Syrio said. "A skinny cat that has learned there is more to mice than fear." Arya lowered her sword and did not run to him. She had learned something since coming south after all. Her face searched his, and her mouth made a small line. "Father." Ned looked at her hand where the knuckles were beginning to blister, and he loved her for them. "Come," he said. "Walk with me." Syrio bowed not to Ned but to Arya. "Go. Remember your feet are your first friends. They will not betray you if you do not forget to ask them what they know." Arya's mouth twitched into something that would have been a smile if the day had been another. She came with Ned into a side passage where the air had not yet been used too many times by other people. They walked until the sound of the keep made a kind of music again. "They say you killed him," Arya said when they were alone enough for honesty. "I did what needed doing," Ned said. "Because of Jory." It was not a question. "Because of Jory and because of the law," Ned said. "And because the city must learn that it is not a place where any man with a fine horse and a fine cloak can cut his way through because he is bored." Arya nodded, and the nod was a small hard thing. "Good." He looked at her and saw the bone structure of his sister Lyanna in the child's face and had to steady himself on this simple wall. This simple stone that did not know what souls did on it. "There will be men who say it was wrong, Arya," he said. "Some of them are men I respect. Some of them are not. You must not be drawn into their shouting. You must keep your balance. Do you understand?" Arya considered it. "Sirio says balance is a promise you make with yourself and then keep with your knees," she offered. "That seems wise enough," Ned said, and would have laughed if laughing did not feel like blasphemy. He put his hand on her head, and her hair was too tangled and he loved it anyway. Sansa did not come to him. He went to her. She stood by a window where she could not see the yard and pretended to be attending the small domestic council of the women who kept the palace from smelling worse than it might. Septa Mordain kept up the quiet murmur of prayers that had more to do with comfort than God's. Sansa's hands shook when she poured water into a basin. She did not spill. "Father," she said when she finally noticed him. She did not curtsy. Her eyes were very bright and very large. She had forgotten the way home to childhood and was angry at the map. "You were brave," Ned said. He did not mean it about the yard because he did not know whether the stillness had been courage or the absence of any ground on which to stand. He meant it about not screaming, about not making herself bait for those whose appetites were not simple. She stared at him as if waiting for something else, something he could not name. "The Queen," she began and stopped. The name clung to the roof of her mouth like a sweet she could not swallow. "The Queen said." "I know what the Queen said," Ned said, because he did not, but he could guess, and he would not have the words aloud here. "You must be careful, Sansa. You must remember whose daughter you are, not because of what the lioness will do if you forget, but because of what you will lose inside yourself if you dress yourself in other people's truths." She bit her lip until it turned white. "I did not think it would be ugly," she said, and the confession cost her almost more than she could afford. "Justice is ugly," Ned said. "That is why it must be done by men who will look at it." She began to cry then, not with sound but with a trembling that made her wrists seem like twigs. He let her lean against him a moment, though he could feel eyes upon them. Then he turned her to the Septa with a look. Mordain nodded, the lines around her eyes softening into something that could be mistaken for love if one wanted to and did not mind the taste of it being faint. When he reached his solar again, a raven was waiting upon the sill as if it had flown not across leagues but merely from the next room. It looked at him with that infuriating avian certainty that men invent dramas to cover their need to eat and breed. It carried no letter. It had come of its own instinct, and yet he felt as if a message had been shat upon his ledgers. He shooed it, and it moved 2 feet and regarded him as if he had proven a theory it had arrived with. Varys entered without sound. One accepted that about him or one did not sleep. "There is chaos in the city," he reported, with delicate relish disguised as dismay. "Not riot, not yet, but a certain widening of the eyes and tightening of the jaw. Some cheer because Ser Jaime was not beloved of those who had met him upon a narrow lane. Some whisper because the Lannisters are rich and make grudges embroidered with gold thread to hang upon their walls. There are men in silk counting the number of ships they own that can leave a harbor in haste." "Let them leave," Ned said. "Ships can return. I do not plan to forbid the sea." "Lord Renly has asked to see you," Varys added. "He is made of consideration and haste. He prefers the latter today. Send him." Renly came in wearing green rich enough to feed 100 men for a month and a scent that might have been from the arbor or from a bath. He was handsome the way statues are, if statues eyed you to see whether you admired them enough to become a stepping stone. "Lord Stark," he said, "you act swiftly. Sometimes one must. Ned said. Renly paced to the window and then back as if rehearsing the idea that he could not stand still in a world that moved. You have given my good sister cause to set the whole realm on its ears. You do know this. I have given the realm cause to think about law, Ned said. Renly waved a hand. Law is a horse stall. It needs mucking constantly, and even then it smells. I have a plan that smells less.
Ned waited.
Crown me, Renly said, with that improbable flashing smile that made girls reassess their aims in life. Crown me, and I will keep this city calm and make the people love me and keep your daughters safe. Stannis will salt his porridge with his own bile and call it justice. The Lannisters will grind their teeth but eat from my hand because fear tastes like honey to a man who thinks himself above it. The North will be given its dignity, and I will make a pageant of your virtue and everyone will clap. You have always liked pageants, Ned observed. Renly didn't blush. I like effective things. Stannis has a better claim. I have better everything else. He leaned in, eyes bright. Do not saddle this realm with a sour fidelity that will drive men to rebellion because they cannot bear to be righteous so long. Ned thought of Stannis's letter and the shape of the truth upon it. He thought of the lines around Robert's eyes when he laughed and how they had been carved by joy and by pain. He thought of how Renly moved through rooms as if they had been built for him, and of how Stannis moved through the world as if it had to be corrected. The realm is not a tourney, he said. It will not go easier because those who watch find the victor charming. Renly's mouth thinned to a blade. Then you condemn us to a stern misery that will crack before its first winter. The first winter always cracks those who have not prepared, Ned said. That is not a reason to pretend summer will return because you smile at it. Renly stared at him a heartbeat and then laughed, but it sounded like a man throwing his head back because he must not show his teeth were clenched. Very well, Lord Protector. When the lions come for your cubs, remember who offered you a gate you could have closed. When he had gone, the room felt honest again, and it felt no more comfortable for that. Varys did not remark directly but arranged his sleeves into obedience. He is not the worst man who has asked a throne to sit upon him. The throne will sit upon him, Ned said. He does not understand that. Toward evening, a second sound came through the city that was not bell nor gull nor the noise of trade. It was the murmur of rumor becoming belief, the tone a crowd takes when its words begin to agree upon a shape. The watch's reports thickened. Men in Lannister colors had been seen near the mud gate counting docks. A knight in crimson had paid 4 teamsters to meet him with carts at first light. A quiet young man from Casterly Rock had asked after the schedule of the night watch around the Red Keep, as if he had an uncle there to surprise. They are testing, Peter said. He sat at Ned's table uninvited, turning a coin between his fingers. They are pricking, to see where the skin is thick and where it will bleed. Have them arrested, Ned said. For pricking. Peter's eyebrows lifted. Ah, the North. The city will not approve if you imprison men for having thoughts. Then set watchers upon them who do more than count barrels, Ned returned. Peter inclined his head. Of course. When darkness came, it came thick, without stars. A lid clapped upon a pot where water had begun to seethe. Torches turned faces into masks. Somewhere in the warren of alleys, a woman began to sing and was hushed by a hand that could not bear the sound. Ned sat with the will in his hands and thought of the man who had made it. Robert had been the sort to take more from life than life had intended for him. He had done it with a cheer and a backslap and more than a few gifts that turned out to be burdens to those who received them. He had left a great noise behind and a silence inside it. There was no silence for long. Varley came with mud at his knees and excitement he tried to swallow but kept tasting. A rider from the west with a red handkerchief at his belt. He reported to Tommard and then to Ned when Tommard had tested him with questions to see if his tongue had loosened with fear. He did not stop for his animal and went to the Lannister manse near the Street of Silk. He bore a sealed letter and the seal had the lion. Of course it did, Peter murmured. And from the river? Ned asked. A ship under oars, Varley said. No lanterns. It hugged the shadow of the walls, but the moon came out 3 heartbeats. and we saw the shape of her, low and fast, a few men aboard. She came from the direction of the rush. Ned's eyes went to Varys. The eunuch's face remained bland. From upriver? That suggests either letters from the rock carried with intelligence, or other correspondences, my lord. There are fingers that reach into every pie. Some are burned. Some find the fruit. Put more men on the river, Ned said. I want no boat to come within a bowshot of these walls without the watch knowing who sits in it, and who sits with him. And if the man in the boat has more gold than conscience? Peter asked. Then you will make him poor, Ned said. Sometime after midnight, when the torches had been replaced and the small folk had retreated to their cups and their corners, a raven did come with a letter that smelled faintly of sea salt and a wax that had been warmed in a colder place. Stannis's hand was as unforgiving on paper as it was in the flesh. The words were not many. They were enough. He would come. He would come not to ask, but to claim. He would come with truth as weapon and law as shield. He would come by sea, and the sea did not care whose banners flapped above it. Ned slept an hour like a man who had been granted leave to die and then woke because dreams tried to make him an oathbreaker. He rose in the gray, when the light is tired of arguing with dark and simply steps past it. He washed his face in water that had forgotten how to be cold. He put on his plainest clothes because the day would be easiest if he looked like a steward who knew how to count rather than a lord who knew how to judge. He strapped ice. The city was different in mourning. The stall keepers at the fish market shouted as if the night had never been. A boy ran with a stolen loaf and a woman laughed because he was too fast to be hers. The sept bells made a gentler sound, hopeful perhaps, or merely resigned. The watch relieved the watch. They brought him word that the small council would meet though it was not called, because Cersei wished it and because some meetings were not summoned. They simply happened. He went to them with Barristan Selmy at his shoulder and Tomard at his heel. In the council chamber, the light came from high and made the inkpots flash. Cersei sat as if a throne could be improvised from any chair. Pycelle tugged his beard as if he were trying to pull wisdom from it like rope from a well. Peter lounged. Varys was present and not present. Renly had not come. You have killed my brother, Cersei said, in the tone one uses when one begins a conversation about whether one has ordered. Now you will tell me what further insults you plan to visit upon my house. I will tell you what the law will do, Ned said. The law will recognize the will of the late king. The law will see the realm kept from disorder by the appointment of a Lord Protector until the rightful heir comes of age. The law will not be threatened because a lord does not like the taste of the thing that is right. Cersei's smile showed teeth. You think this is a matter for law. I think it is a matter for blood. My father will come with law enough for his swords. We shall see which convinces the realm the sooner. Your father does not frighten me, Ned said, and that was not entirely true, and he let the lie stand as a wall behind which he could set his men. Though he should not need to come at all if there is honor left in this city. The children must be kept safe. They must be taken into protective custody. Pycelle coughed as if the word custody had offended his lungs. My lord, surely we can discuss. The children are my blood, Cersei said, and each word was a stone. They are the king's blood. Ned looked at her and thought of black hair and a book full of bastards. He thought of a tower and a boy. He thought of a man laughing at a hunt and then dying on a bed with flies ignoring the gold. No, he said quietly. They are not. The room emptied of sound. Even Varys's silk forgot to speak. Peter made a small admiring sound that might have been a sigh. Pycelle's beard seemed to wilt. Cersei did not change. She merely breathed. You had best have more than your northern righteousness, Lord Stark, she said. You had best have an army. I have the law, Ned said, and I have the watch. You have men who prefer gold to oaths, she answered, and you have left your best swords far to the north where they will not trouble my walls. I have honor, Ned said, and it sounded poor and old even to his own ears, and yet he would not trade it. Then you have a very fine pillow, she returned and rose. This meeting is concluded. You are not a king. No, Ned said. I am the hand that will keep the realm from breaking while the true king claims what is his." She paused at the door as if someone had called her name. She did not look back. "There are no true kings," she said to the air. "There are only men who can hold a crown and the men they step on to reach it." When she was gone, the room breathed again. Peter's mouth curved. "That went well," he observed. "Do you stand with the law?" Ned asked him. "I stand with whatever lets me sleep undisturbed by large men with axes," Peter replied lightly. "And with whatever makes my sums come out in neat columns. Right now that looks like law. This afternoon, who knows? Numbers change. Then find me numbers that do not," Ned said. "I should advise prayer to old gods and new," Varys murmured. In the afternoon, the first of the letters from the west arrived. It smelled of iron and old oil. The seal was a lion's head done well enough to make the wax seem to bristle. Lord Tywin's hand was spare and cold. It did not waste words on grief. It did not waste words on courtesy. It was a list of things he meant to do and a list of things he meant to accuse, and it ended with a sentence that promised to consider very carefully who should sit a throne that had suddenly become more interesting. "That does not read like a man who means to parley," Barristan Selmy observed. "It reads like a man who intends to write further letters with his banners," Ned said. He closed his eyes a moment and saw another letter written years ago to a younger man with less gray. That letter had spoken of madness and fire and asked him to come south. He had gone. He had not expected to stay this long. Word came at dusk from the Riverlands. A village had been burned by riders under no banners, and green fields turned to a color that fed crows. Word came from the Vale, where Lisa sat in her nest with her boy upon her lap and promised the world she would not come down for any of it. Word came from Winterfell that Robb had called the banners, and that men were putting away plows and taking out spears, and that the forges made the old sound the sun had almost forgotten. The days after were made of iron filings. Small flecks that got into everything and ground there and made it taste of metal. Spies were caught, and not all of them had the courtesy to be Lannisters. The small folk packed their goods and worried their children and discovered that fear is a thing that can make a man swing his wife's best pot at a stranger. The watch did as it had been paid to do, and sometimes that was splendid and sometimes it was merely adequate. Sansa learned to move through the court as if the air weighed something and she must not stir it too suddenly. Arya learned that a note played too often becomes noise and that silence can be a weapon if held correctly. Tommen learned to weep quietly. Myrcella learned to read the room and hated the book. Joffrey learned that his hand could hurt and was disappointed when his mother told him he must save that lesson for later. Ned learned the shape of a city trying to decide what it loved more, coin or quiet. He learned where the walls were thin. He learned that honor is not a cloak but a weight that must be shifted to keep from numbing the shoulder. On the fourth day, Renly left the city with men who could be made to look like friends and with others who understood that sometimes the best way to help a man is to remove him from the room. He took with him the taste of arbor wine and a promise that he would return dressed as a solution. On the fifth, a ship from Dragonstone was sighted, small and stubborn. On the sixth, a second, larger, under more oars. On the seventh day, a thunderstorm came in from the sea and scrubbed the city's skin with harsh hands. The rain made even the lion banners look flayed. The sept smelled of wet wool and fear and incense that did not quite cover either. Ned stood again before the godswood that was not his godswood and wanted the weirwood's old blank gaze. He listened to the rain in the leaves and thought of the boy he had been. He thought of a woman with a crown of blue winter roses that had never withered in his mind. He thought of the brother to whom he had become a ghost. He thought of the woman in green whose grief had turned iron, and of the head he had made a thing for stone to remember. He had not yet told Sansa that they would go north. He had not yet told Arya either, though she would hear it and begin to make plans to stay. He had not yet told the Watch to choose between gold and law once more. He had not yet told Peter to stop smiling, or he would turn that smile into something a man could cut meat with. He had not yet told Varys that riddles do not save lives, only choices do. He had told the truth. He had put steel to it. The realm would either bear it or crack. He could not decide that for it. He could only stand where he must when the crack came. A raven came in the evening with a letter that bore no seal and yet had the weight of one. It was short. Said, "I know." Said, "Hold." It said, "We will see who is king of facts and which crown survives the rain." Ned folded it and put it inside his sleeve. He went to find his daughters and his sword. The palace breathed hard around him, like a beast nearing a run. The rain slowed. The city took a breath. Somewhere in the west, the sound of hooves on a road had begun to be heard by men whose ears knew more than their mouths. The sea shifted, remembering something old. When the storm passed, it left a sky like a blade washed clean. The sun broke and turned the city's thousand small sharp edges gold. In the red keep the air smelled briefly new, as if someone had opened a door to a place where it was still possible to be forgiven. Ned stood at the balcony where the king had once stood and laughed at clouds that resembled enemies. He did not laugh. He watched men cross the yard with purposeful strides and women hang wet tunics on lines strung between courtyards. He listened and heard, under all of it, the faint beat of a thing he had always known. Winter was always coming. He had merely learned that it could arrive in a place where lemon trees grew, disguised as other seasons until it lifted its mask. Footsteps came. Barristan Selmy stood with his hands empty as if professing innocence to a god. "Lord Stark," he said, "a boat from Dragonstone. A man who will not give his name but whose mouth does not know how to speak anything but duty. He comes with a message and he will give it only to you."
Ned nodded.
"Bring him." He did not turn his back to the light. He stood with it upon his face and felt it, thin as it was, and did not mistake it for warmth, only light. The city below, washed and temporary, breathed. Somewhere beyond the sight of any wall, a lion lifted its head and scented blood it meant to call justice. Somewhere on a rock in the sea, a man sharpened certainty into a blade and meant to cut the world to fit it. Somewhere in a hall of candles, a boy king reached for a crown heavier than bone and lighter than truth. Somewhere in a keep's kitchen, a girl with tangled hair stole a heel of bread and thought of her first lesson. Somewhere on an anvil in a dark smithy, a farrier lifted his hammer and brought it down, again and again, until the iron learned its new shape. The man from Dragonstone entered with rainwater still in the hem of his cloak, eyes dark, jaw tight, travel in every line of him. He bowed not as a courtier but as a soldier who discounts nonsense. He held out a oiled-wrapped packet. "For Lord Eddard Stark," he said. "From Lord Stannis Baratheon. In the name of truth." Ned took it. The wax broke. The words came. The room waited. Outside, in the washed air, a raven lifted off from the sept roof, black against the honest sky, and went where it must. The package had been sealed in plain wax and then tied in oiled linen the way a fisherman ties what he needs to keep dry. Eddard Stark broke the wax with his thumbnail and felt a sting of salt in his nose, as if the sea had kept a finger on the ribbon. The parchment inside had been folded so tightly that each crease held itself like a scar. The first thing he saw was his name written with the care of a man for whom letters were tools, not ornaments. "Lord Eddard Stark, you will remember that truth does not become false because it makes trouble. You will remember that law does not become void because vile men would twist it. You will know, as I do, that the dead cannot correct the living. The duty is ours. The line belongs to Robert and to none other. I write so that there will be no mistake. Stannis Baratheon, by my hand and seal, Lord of Dragonstone, rightful heir to the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms." The letter did not swell with flourishes. It did not beg. It did not flatter. It enumerated, with the patience of a counting house and the chill of a ledger, the names of Baratheons born of ley and law, their hair dark as coal, their features carved from the same quarry that had given Robert his grin and his fury. It named bastards that Ned himself had found or heard of in his hunt for a shape to fit the wrongness he had tasted. Bara in her ribbons, Gendry with his hammerhand promise and his black hair, a girl in the Vale remembered in a widow's sigh. It named the book, the same dry, cold book of lineages whose pages had turned with an indifference that had felt like betrayal. It named, in a single unadorned sentence at the close of one page, the sin he already knew and could not look away from. The Queen's children are not the King's. After that, Stannis's hand did what it always did. It moved to the next step. He would come, the letter said. He would come with truth and ships, and the Red Woman's name did not appear anywhere, which was as like Stannis as the sea forgetting to mention salt when it spoke of itself. He asked Ned to hold King's Landing for the law, to keep the king's chair from being warmed by falsehood, to gather those who still remembered what an oath meant. He did not threaten. He did not promise boons. He told Ned what must be done and left the doing to him. Ned stood a long moment with the weight of the words spread across his palm, and thought of a simpler age that had not existed. Barristan Selmy did not break the silence, as if he had learned old lessons about when words make a thing less true. The messenger shifted his weight, water ticking from the edge of his cloak. When he raised his head, the torchlight caught the ends of 4 fingers on his left hand that were not there. The stumps were clean, healed long ago, knotted with pale scars. His face was weathered, honest the way a rock is honest when you put your back to it. He stood with humility that had never learned to cringe. "You came far," Ned said. "I..." The man answered, voice low, roughened by salt air, and quiet. "His lordship said it must be your hand took it, and no other. I am Davos of Fleabottom once and Dragonstone now. Ser Davos Seaworth, if the gods will forgive it." Ned had heard the name in rumor and in a short line in Stannis's letter that read like a man tolerating a necessary imperfection. "Davos, whom I trust. You have my thanks," he said, "and my respect." Davos dipped his head and looked down as if respect were a thing one should not look at directly for fear of taking too much of it. "I'll tell him so. He likes the truth put plain." "You were a smuggler," Barristan said, neither accusing nor admiring. "I was," Davos replied. "Now I am what Lord Stannis made me. He took my fingers for the crime and gave me a name for the service. That seems even enough to me." The room breathed. Ned folded the letter again, smaller, until it was a hard thing that fit beneath his palm like a hidden knife. Davos's eyes were steady the way the horizon is steady even when a ship moves. "What will your lord do when he comes?" Ned asked. "What he says," Davos said, and looked almost apologetic for the simplicity. "There aren't 2 Stannises. He'll set truth on the table and the sword beside it and tell men they can eat or bleed. He's not for pageants. He's not or smiles that mean the opposite of the mouth." "Is he for mercy?" Barristan asked, and the question drew a faint surprise to Ned's face. Davos took time with it. "He is for justice. When that's mercy, you'll see mercy. When it isn't, he won't pretend." Ned closed his hand around the letter until the paper edges bit into his skin and the bite steadied him. "You'll rest," he said. "You'll not walk out of here into some alley to be made a message by men who don't like the letters you carry. There are those in the Red Keep who can smell Dragonstone on a man." "I'd as soon sleep with my back to a door," Davos said, "and my feet to a wall, but I'll take what you give and be grateful." "Tomard," Ned called, and his man stepped forward. "See Ser Davos to a room near the armory. 2 men at his door and sober ones. Bread and meat, a jug of water, nothing else." Davos ducked his head again, eyes flicking to the long sword blackening the wall like a winter river. "I had a son who wanted to be a knight," he said unexpectedly, as if the thought had chosen his mouth and he had not agreed in time to stop it. "I told him knights were stories told to make children sleep. Then Lord Stannis called me Ser, and the boy smiled at me with all his teeth. The world is odd and not obliged to make sense for the likes of us." When he had gone, Barristan spoke softly. "He has the look of a man who would hold a rope until his hands bled, if that were the rope his lord had put in them." "He has the look of a man who knows what hands are for," Ned said. He tucked the letter inside his sleeve where the fabric would memorize the shape of it. "We will need such men." He sent for Varys and Peter. He sent a quiet boy to the Tower of the Hand to fetch the Book of Lineages and bring it wrapped in plain cloth such that it could be mistaken for bread. He sent Barristan to the White Sword Tower to speak to the Kingsguard with words that tasted of duty and law. He sent a page to the Sept to see which lords prayed piously and which used prayer to meet someone else's eye across the candles. Varys arrived like the answer to a riddle one no longer wished to have asked. He took in the damp on the rushes without looking down. Peter Baelish came with the air of a man who had been mildly inconveniently delayed on his way to a game he thought he would win. "A letter from Dragonstone," Ned said by way of greeting, watching their faces and seeing there what he expected. Nothing on Varys's, a flicker on Peter's, desire trying quickly to find a polite word to put on its face. "Dragonstone writes rarely to say it admires the sunrise," Peter observed. "Does the quill scratch in a dour hand? Does it tell you to do the difficult thing because someone else will not?" "It tells me the truth," Ned said. The book came, and he put it upon the table and opened to a page he knew with his fingers now. "Robert's children wore black upon their heads and upon their names. The Queen's children do not." He turned the book so that the columns stared. "Lord Stannis will declare, and I will not call a lie the king." Peter's eyebrows made a small house over his eyes. He leaned in as if the book might turn into a purse if he watched it long enough. "Truth is a generous wine, but it can sour quickly in the sun. The city is hot, my lord. I would be careful where you pour." Varys kept his hands in his sleeves. "You will not be surprised to hear that her grace believes the boy will be crowned as he should be." He glanced toward the door and the shadows there as if they were marble the court sculpted itself from. "She has been gathering." "What?" Ned asked. "Men," Varys said simply, "and favors, and wrath. Those travel well together and do not argue over seating." Peter's smile was a thin blade. "If you mean to take custody of the children, as you suggested, I would advise speed. A lioness does not wait to see if the hunters remember to sharpen their spears. She moves her cubs and then the tooth work begins." "I will not storm a nursery," Ned said. "Then you will be outpaced by someone who will," Peter answered, soft and almost kind. Barristan returned nearer noon with rain dark on his cloak hem, though the sky had not let anything fall. He stood straight as a spear. "I have spoken to them," he reported. "Ser Ares is a decent man, and young enough to wish to please duty. Ser Meryn has clever eyes that always look to see where a woman stands, even when there are no women. Ser Boros dislikes any thought that weighs more than the meat in his cup. Ser Mandon looks as if a mother forgot to say, 'Now smile,' when he was made. They heard me. Will they hear the law when it speaks? I do not know. Will they protect the children?" Ned asked. "They will protect those they are told are the king's," Barristan said levelly. "That is the knot. Cut it and the thread will hold. Leave it for each man to pick at with his teeth, and before the day is done we will all be chewing rope." Ned let out a breath that had trouble finding its way. "Then we cut it." He touched the letter in his sleeve. "Tonight we take the children into custody in the name of the law, quietly, with as much dignity as can be made of iron and necessity. They will be safe. They will not be harmed. The Queen will be informed and watched. The watch will be present. The King's Guard will be invited to stand with us." "Invited," Peter repeated. "Such a polite word." "We will use polite words," Ned said. "And hard hands." Varys inclined his head as if to a song he knew the tune of and did not mind. "I will send little birds to roost where they can sing if something whistles that should not." "And Slint?" Peter asked lightly, as one might inquire what color daisies would be planted in the forecourt. Ned's mouth tightened. "Bring him," he said. Janos Slint came like a man who has been drinking pride and is not sure yet whether it will make him brave or foolish. He smelled less of wine than yesterday. He had put on a better coat. He had a box in his eyes where calculations lived. "You have done as asked," Ned said. The gate guards held their places. The men in the yard stood. The river gate was tidy. Slint smiled cautiously. "The watch keeps the peace." "Tonight," Ned went on, "the watch will accompany my men and the King's Guard to take the royal children into protective custody. They will be housed in the Maiden Vault. They will be provided food and counsel and diversion appropriate to their station. This is not arrest. This is safeguarding. If any man lifts a hand against them, he will lose it. If any man refuses this order, he will lose his tongue first and his position second. Slint blinked. The box in his eyes shuffled columns. When he spoke, one could almost hear the clink of coins he was pretending not to count. "And the queen, my lord? The queen will be housed in her chambers under watch," Ned said. "She will be accorded the respect due her station. She will not leave the Red Keep without my leave." "And if she does not yield the children?" Slint asked carefully. "Then she will be informed that she is defying the law of the realm and the will of the dead king," Ned said. "And then the men with me will show her the respect of permitting her to change her mind." Slint wet his lips. "There are those who will not like this." "There are always those," Ned said. "They will be considered in their time. Your men will be paid, more than paid. But what I buy is not treachery to one man for another. What I buy is order for this city. Do you understand me, Lord Slint?" Slint's mouth worked. The title made him feel a taller thing than he was. "I understand," he said. He swallowed once, and it moved like a slug under his skin. "We will be ready." They were not ready, or rather, others were readier. Cersei Lannister did not dress for mourning that afternoon. She dressed in travel clothes of dark green that might vanish into a wood if one needed to move quickly through shadow. She had a cloak lined in soft fur that would sleep easily beneath a seat in a litter. She had a small casket of jewels that could buy loyalty in the dark. She had a map rolled tight and bound to the underside of a seat. She did not wear a blade. She did not need one. She wore her children. They were sharper. She sent Sansa Stark a note written in her own hand in a script that had made more than one man forget that ink could lie. It invited the girl to take the air with the princess in the gardens, to speak of stitches and songs, to be comforted. It asked nothing, presumed affection. It promised nothing and delivered a hand to hold. Sansa came because she had not yet learned to say no to a queen without making enemies of half the court, and because she longed, in the fierce childish way that can be more dangerous than any ambition, to believe that the world could be put back into the shape she had expected of it. The queen's maid had eyes that weighed her like a loaf. The princess had kindness that did not yet know it would be punished. Cersei set them on a bench beneath an orange tree and spoke softly of mothers and daughters and the foolishness of men who think law is something you can drink to make yourself manlier. "You are a good girl," Cersei said, and Sansa, too raw to doubt kindness when it touched her, leaned into the warmth in the voice. "You want what is proper. You want peace. Your father wants war. He does not know that he wants it, but he is building it the way a man builds a gallows without admitting he had ever planned to hang anyone. Do you want to watch boys die and men return without hands and women wear black until they forget the shape of their body?" Sansa shook her head before she knew she had done it. The queen's hand smoothed a curl from her brow. "Then you will help me," she said very gently. "You will speak to your father. You will tell him what peace requires. He loves you. Perhaps he will listen to the one voice in this city that has not learned how to attach a coin to a sentence." Sansa nodded, and the nod felt like relief. Cersei smiled and did not let it touch her eyes. She sent Sansa back with the princess's arm around her and a basket of sugared lemons and a soft-lipped kiss as if Sansa were already her daughter. The city turned toward evening. A flotilla of lanterns began to lace the bay, a pattern that merchants made without consulting chart or crown. The watch changed watches. The Red Keep stones held the day's heat and bled it slowly into the corridors, making breathing a thing that required remembering. Ned gathered his men in the armory that had the least sound of echo, where the hammers of the day had ceased their sermon. Tomard stood with a map of the Red Keep in his hand, though the halls were already in his legs. Barristan Selmy's white cloak made the iron look more honest by standing near it. Ser Ares arrived with his mouth set as if he had clamped it upon a decision like a terrier and would not be shaken. Varys stood in a shadow and did not blink. Slint came with 8 officers who had the look of men who would do as told if the story they told themselves made them men rather than beasts. Peter Baelish did not come, which seemed like a thing that had happened rather than a choice. Quietly, Ned said,
No shouting, no wabbing spears.
"We will go to the Queen's apartments with the will in my hand and the law at my back. If she resists, we will hold. We will not strike. If any man strikes a child, I will cut the hand myself." If the queen attempts to flee, the king's gate and the river gate are to be shut. No carriage leaves the Red Keep without my seal. If anything seems wrong, you will say so. You will not be brave at the expense of wit." He looked at Slint. "Your men will hold the lower passage to the Queen's Gate, 2 at the Sally Port, 4 at the back stairs. If any man wearing crimson slips by you, you will answer to me." Slint nodded, jaw set to a shape that meant nothing. "Aye, my lord." They moved. Ned had known the Red Keep would not make it easy. He had not realized it would seem to shift its own bones. The corridors had acquired corners they had not had before. The air drew back from them as if it were being eaten by distance. They met 2 maids who dropped curtsies and lowered eyes. They met a steward who bowed and held the bow too long. They met Ser Mandan more beneath a pale relief where a dead king looked as if he had learned something too late. Ser Mandan's face had the emptiness of a drawn curtain. "My lord," he said, "Her Grace is at prayers." "In her rooms?" Barristan asked. "In the sept," Mandan said without a heartbeat or a blink. Ned glanced at Varys, who did not smile and did not stop breathing as lightly as a cat. "We go to the sept," Ned said. He turned to Slint. "Hold these halls." Slint saluted in a way that made his hand look as if it had never been given anything to hold but coin. Ned did not linger on the thought. The sept lay like a pale shell near the keep's heart, candles inside it making a private glow that had no wish to be shared with common daylight. They went by a covered walkway where the stones smelled of the last rain and of lizards that concealed themselves between the bricks. The sept's doors were open. A dozen candles burned. The mother's statue wore a cloth beneath her feet to catch wax, as if sin were something you could launder out. Cersei Lannister stood before the crone with her hands lifted as if in surrender, her face bent, hair lit like new coin. Joffrey stood beside her with his jaw clenched, learning how to pretend humility. Tommen fidgeted. Myrcella's eyes were shut, honest in their attempt to ape prayer. Septa Eglantine, who had served queens longer than some men had been alive, hovered nearby with the air of a cat who has seen boots and learned not to trust them. Ned stepped into light that did not want him. "Your Grace," he said. Cersei turned as if surprised that anything could surprise her. "Lord Stark," she answered. "Have you come to atone?" "I have come to carry out the law," Ned said. He held up the will. "By Robert's hand and seal, by the right of the realm, I am Lord Protector until the rightful heir comes of age. The children will be kept under guard in comfort and safety. You will remain within the Red Keep until a Council of Lords has been called to confirm the succession according to law. The King's Guard will attend me in this. The City Watch will keep order." Joffrey lifted his chin, eyes bright and sharp and not at all frightened now that he had an audience. "I am the king," he said, and the words were a game piece he liked the feel of. "You will kneel. Mother, tell him." Cersei did not look at her son. She looked at Ned the way a woman might look at a precipice she means to step past and make the cliff do the falling. "You executed my brother," she said very quietly. "You told the city that law lives while you held up his head by the hair and made a sermon of it. Do you think the law is pleased to be used so? It is made of men. It has long memories. It comes for its due." Barristan moved half a step to stand more squarely at Ned's shoulder. Aerys Oakheart swallowed and stayed. Ser Meryn Trant moved like a man who is not certain the table will not move with him. Ser Boros Blunt scratched his nose and looked at the watchmen in the shadows as if they would turn into pies he could spear. "The children, your grace," Ned said, and did not let the words sound like a plea. Cersei smiled with a sweetness that mocked itself. "Children," she repeated, and brushed her fingers over Tommen's hair so lightly he almost did not feel it. "We are all someone's, are we not, Lord Stark?" On the far side of the sept someone shifted, and the candlelight shivered. Varys turned his head slightly. Later, Ned would think of that motion and wonder whether it had been made because the silk had itched or because the air had changed its mind. "You bring armed men into a place of prayer," the Queen said, turning her gaze upon Barristan as if he were a boy caught with a stolen marchpane. "Has the world grown so ugly since Robert's hunting that even the gods must be shown steel to persuade them?" The gods are acquainted with steel, Barristan said, voice flat as a river on a windless day. We are in the Red Keep, your grace. There is no place in it where the law does not walk. Cersei regarded him for a long heartbeat with an expression Ned could not read. Then she spread her hands. Very well, she said almost cheerfully. Take the children, Lord Protector. Take them to your vault of maidens. But know this, a vault is a place for things men intend to forget. The realm will not forget. The West will not forget. My father will put memory into men's hands and send them to knock upon your gates with it. Tommen began to cry. Myrcella put her hand in his and squeezed, trying to make her brother's fingers remember how to be brave. Joffrey looked at his mother, and in that look there was something too old for the face that wore it. Ned gestured carefully, and two of his men stepped forward. Aerys Oakhart stepped forward too because he was the sort of man who believes the end of a vow is inside the vow itself, not somewhere you go alone. Meryn Trant did not move until Boros Blunt did, and then he moved enough to have moved. Barristan went to Myrcella, who looked up at him with a kind of trust that turned his face to a carved thing. Slint's men in the shadows shifted. One coughed softly into his fist. Another adjusted his grip on his spear. The spears but made a small sound on the stone like a nervous foot. Slint himself was not there. Ned had not asked where he had gone. That had been an error. They took the children gently, or as gently as a world that had been unmade could be. Tommen sobbed into a white sleeve and made it honest. Myrcella kissed her mother's hand because she had been taught manners, and because love is often made of manners with blood on the inner seam. Joffrey pulled free of Aerys Oakhart with a twist that looked practiced and went to the crone to look up at her with dislike. I will remember this, he said to the stone face, as if it could be made a witness in his favor. You will remember many things, Cersei told him, and lifted her gaze to Ned. And so will I. They left the sept in a little procession that had learned it could not be a pageant. Outside, the air had a smell of figs from the gardens and of men left too long in their armor. The watch in the walkway kept their eyes forward. Ned felt the letter in his sleeve like a brand and wished he had burned it into the Red Keep stone with the heat of his hand. They took the children to the maiden vault, and the old door, which had seen a different cruelty once, made no comment. Alysanne, the stern northern woman who had been put over Sansa in place of soft-handed ladies with more silk than sense, met them in the passage with a set mouth and a basket of bread. Ned set a guard with a face like an axe outside the door and then two more below, and told himself that iron could hold against gossip, and told himself again because he had not believed it the first time. When he turned from the door, Varys remained, hands folded, eyes polite. You have done it? The eunuch said in a tone that could have been either praise or condolence. I have done the only thing I could do and still be who I am, Ned said. Varys's mouth twitched, almost a smile and almost a pain. That is rarer here than winter flowers. He lowered his voice further. You should know, my lord, that a number of the gold cloaks changed their boots within the hour. They swear now to Janos Slint by name and not merely to the watch. Idle birds tell me he supped at dusk with a man who pays his debts and with another who pays them ahead of time. Baelish, Ned said, and the word was a smell. And Lannister coin. Coin has no sigil until it is spent, Varys said, almost sadly. Then we will see whose seal's wax is the hottest, Ned answered, teeth plain in his voice. He went from the vault to the small god's wood because there was nowhere else in the Red Keep that could pretend to be quiet for him. He sat upon the lip of the fountain where a little carved boy eternally held a shell to pour water he did not understand. The light had gone honey pale. He thought of Catelyn and of letters that flew with less haste than rage. He thought of Robb standing in Winterfell's yard with his jaw set like a man who had found it one day among the axes. He thought of a northern autumn when the bark turned silver and a kestrel watched the world from a bare branch with a patience that had nothing to do with mercy. He did not see Petyr Baelish until the man chose to be seen, stepping from the side like a thought one had not invited but that had made itself at home anyway. Petyr's hands were clean. Petyr's eyes did not show it. I am told you have locked the queen's children in a tower named for maidens, he said conversationally. You are making this city short of music. I am making it short of murder, Ned said. Peter considered the fountain, then the sky. This is the point, he murmured. Where a clever man arranges to lose a little face and keep his head, or where an honorable one arranges to lose his head and keep his face. It makes a pretty statue. Men bring their sons to see it and say, "Here is what we mean by right." The sons grow to be the sort of men who say, "Here is where you sharpen the iron." "Are you here to advise me?" Ned asked. He did not rise because he refused to be put to play upon anyone's stage. "I am here," Peter said mildly, "to tell you that Lord Slint has been paid twice tonight and by different hands. He is a practical man, Arjanos. He will decide which hand he prefers when he is near enough to bite one. I am here to tell you that the Queen has not wept but has smiled twice in private, which means that the coin she has paid was heavy enough to bruise her own palm. I am here to tell you that men with Lannister red stitched inside their sleeves have been seen within the watch barracks near the mud gate, laughing as if they have been told a joke that ends with someone else falling. I am here to say, gently, that if you mean to sit before the throne tomorrow with the will and the law in your hand, you would be well advised to hold the hilt with your other." Ned regarded him. The fountain made its small, unending sound. "You mean me to beg you?" he said, not as a question. Peter's smile was very thin. "No," he replied. "I mean you to remember that begging is when you ask for what you cannot buy. You can buy Lord Stark. The city is for sale. It always is. Only the price changes." He dipped his head, as if having said his piece, he could go back to loving coin without having to share it with anyone. "Why are you telling me this?" Ned asked. Peter tilted his head. "Because it amuses me to see you try to make an honest man out of a city," he said. "Because I would prefer you alive tomorrow to make the game more interesting the day after. Because I am not one of these men so entranced by a lion's roar they forget what sharp teeth a wolf has when it stops trying to growl like something it isn't. Take your pick." When he had gone, a small boy in the livery of the kitchens darted into the godswood, wide-eyed, clutching a folded scrap as if it were a piece of contraband pastry. He bowed as if he might fall over from the weight of it and thrust the scrap into Ned's hand. The hand that held it was ink-stained, as if the message had been stolen before it dried. The writing was small and neat and smelled faintly of rosewater. He knew it before he read it, as a man knows the shape of a road he has walked down blind. "Father, the Queen says there must be peace. She says you will understand if you love me. Please do not do anything that will make them all hate us. Tell them I will be a good wife. Tell them I will make them love me. Please, your daughter who is good and will do as you say, Sansa." He closed his eyes and breathed. He could have told himself that Cersei had guided the pen, but the plea was in Sansa's hand even if not the letters. He folded the scrap and put it away gently, as if it were a bird that had flown into a window and stunned itself with the glass. Night in the Red Keep grows out of the corners. It climbs the walls and forgets to make a noise about it. Ned slept a little, with his hand upon the letter and his sword near the bed and a dangling thought about snow that would not leave him alone. When he woke, the first thing he heard was the thrum of the city like a big low instrument being tuned by a distracted god. The second thing he heard was the voice of Tomard at the door saying, "They are in the throne room, my lord. All of them." Ned rose and dressed like a man going out to weather he has known since childhood. Layers of steadiness and something to break the wind. He took the will. He took the book. He took men he trusted because that was the only currency that mattered once steel was drawn. The throne room had been made for spectacle. Everything in it was positioned to make men feel small before a chair that had forgotten it was wood and iron and thought itself a mountain. It had packed itself this morning with lords and lordlings and the courtiers who remove the wrappers from other men's words and lick at them to see if there is sugar there. Cersei stood upon the steps, not at the top. Joffrey sat upon the throne as if it had been made for him specifically and simply had not been delivered until now. He had a crown upon his head that had gone up in the night. The gold was bright and new and had not learned to disguise its weight with filigree. Pycelle stood at his elbow with a mouth full of periods. The King's Guard arrayed themselves like a line of white not yet decided what it would divide. Slint was there with his gold cloaks in tidy files, their spears upright, their eyes wide. Peter Baelish had found a place poor enough not to matter and important enough to see from. Varys had chosen to be a fact of the architecture near a pillar. Ned walked forward until the floor beneath him seemed to remember Winterfell, until his leg had decided it would not betray him in the first steps. He held out the will. The parchment showed its seal, a stag that had never been subtle. "By the king's own hand," he said, and if his voice wavered at first, it did not linger on it. "Lord Protector until the rightful heir is placed without dispute and of age to hold what is his." "His," Cersei said lightly. "What an interesting pronoun. Perhaps you will show us your grammar as well as your law." Joffrey leaned forward, and the iron did not yield. "Kneel," he said, and the word sounded as if he liked it for itself and would have liked it if it meant something else as well. Ned did not. He opened the book with careful hands. He turned it to the page and then to the next, and the paper crackled like fire thinking. He laid it upon the ground, because he knew that if he put it in Cersei's hands, it would not be paper anymore but smoke. "Robert Baratheon begot 3 trueborn children by Lady Cersei Lannister," he said, and the room moved forward on its toes. "Would anyone care to name where in this book's 200 years of lineages any Baratheon born of the marriage bed wore a hair other than black?" Silence has several faces. This one had interest. Behind it, faint as the memory of a song, there was a sound of anger arranging itself. Pycelle cleared his throat and found there more frogs than words. My Lord Hand, the Lord Protector speaks with passion. But this is not. This is a matter for the Citadel, surely, and the gods." Cersei's smile was a weapon left idly near a child. "The Northern Lord with his book," she said. "You would put ink against blood? How quaint, how touching." She looked past Ned with deliberate courtesy. "Lord Slint, will your men remind Lord Stark that this is a throne room and not his own hall?" Slint lifted his hand in what might have been a signal. 100 gold cloaks drew breath as one. None moved. They stood and blinked and let the breath out again. Ned had not paid for devotion. He had paid for a moment. This was it. He stepped forward with the will. Barristan Selmy stepped with him, and with that one motion drew a line in the room that many men saw and would remember when they told themselves what they had seen. "I have here the king's will," Ned said, holding it up. He wrote it with his own hand when he still had breath to spend. "He named me Lord Protector. He did not name the boy. He did not name any boy. He spoke of the rightful heir." He turned to face the court. He did not raise his voice. The hush did that for him. "Lord Stannis Baratheon is Robert's brother. He is heir by law. He has declared. He comes by sea with truth in his hand. You may like him or not. The law does not ask your liking." Meryn Trant's mouth made a small twist that might have been cut. Boros Blunt frowned, attempting to locate a meaning with muscles that had long been out of practice. Ares Oakhart looked at the floor and then at Myrcella, wherever she might be below the vault guarded by men in plain iron. Ser Mandon Moore's eyes had nothing in them. Pycelle moved his beard and found there no help. Peter's hand toyed with his beard where there was none to toy with, and made of the motion an admission that he enjoyed himself. Cersei did not look at the will. She looked at Janos Slint. Men who have spent their lives unnoticed become dangerous when looked at by a queen. Slint cleared his throat and lifted his hand again. Higher. The nearest file of gold cloaks took a step forward, more in surprise than in obedience. The surprise was enough. Peter Baelish took one step away from his pillar and lifted his palm like a man buying vegetables. "Now," he said almost idly. The doors to the throne room opened as if pushed by the wind. Men in crimson moved through them in 2 neat lines, not running, not swaggering. They had come through the servants' way that Slint's guards were not watching because they had been told to watch a different door harder. Their boots made a soft sound on the stone. Their eyes were pleased. Ned felt Tomard at his back and put his shoulder into the feeling. He did not draw ice because the throne room was not a yard where you could cut away confusion and leave order. He raised the will again. "By the king's hand," he said, and it sounded foolish even to him. Joffrey laughed, a bright little knife of a sound, and that cut more than steel could have. The first of the Crimson Men raised a crossbow. Barristan Selmy moved without thinking, old as he was, quicker than the memory of his own youth. His white cloak swung. The bolt took cloth and went on to thud into the step with a smug sound that announced it had done no harm and meant to do more. The watch's front rank advanced a pace and then hesitated. Hesitation does not make a sound. It makes the absence of a sound in which anything can happen. Lord Slint, Ned said, and in that moment he could feel the man make 3 decisions and discard 2. He watched the last one settle behind Slint's eyes like dust. The City Watch keeps the peace, Slint announced loudly and looked to Joffrey, not to the law. In the name of the king, Barristan said quietly, and the words fell straight down as if too heavy for air. You don't know the name of the king. No one laughed. Joffrey rose and the iron accepted his weight because it could not do otherwise. Cersei lifted her chin and smiled that small glass-breaking smile. Seize him, she said. The gold cloaks moved forward because men prefer a command to an absence. Tomard's blade came free with a sound like a drawn breath. The first man to reach for Ned was not cruel. He was a father. Ned saw it in his eyes and thought, wildly and briefly, that someone should send his children a loaf when all this was over. He did not move to kill the man. He put his weight upon his bad leg and felt nothing from it and used the flat of his hand and the hilt of his honor to make a small space around him. Steel rang because that was what steel did in rooms where men stopped pretending. Barristan Selmy stepped in front of Ned as if that had been the shape of his life all along. Ser Aerys held his ground and then was pressed, not by hatred but by momentum. Ser Meryn smiled like a man who has been promised an easy harvest. Ser Boros went red in the face and swung as if a leg of lamb had offended him. Ser Mandon made a neat little motion with his sword that left a line of red upon a man's cheek without troubling the man's eyes. Peter Baelish stepped back. He always seemed to be in the place behind the place where harm was done. It could have gone the way the South prefers. A muddle that becomes a narrative later. A series of accidents that produce a result men call destiny. It did not. It went the way the North understands. The man who intends something and moves toward it. Varys's voice was in Ned's ear without his seeing the man move. Enough, the eunuch whispered, a plea to the air. Not here, not this room. If you love your daughters, not here. Love has often been a cart that a man hitches to reason when he would rather it pull honor. Ned took a step back and lowered the will as if he meant to grant parley. The motion was either courage or a mistake. To a man with a crossbow impatient with his own weight, it was an invitation. He loosed. The bolt came with a little hiss. The man who took it was not Eddard Stark. He was a sworn sword of Winterfell with a jaw like granite and a wife who baked good brown loaves and a back that had known the snow's honesty. He went down with the sound a tree makes that does not want to fall. The Watch, who had not made up their mind, drew breath as if to say they had and then did not. The Kingsguard took another step, and with it the spell broke. Barristan moved like winter that has remembered it can be wind. His sword was not a thing that cut. It was a line that arranged the room. He knocked a spear aside and turned and parried, and in the space, he made Ned saw the door that was still half open and the corridor beyond it that did not yet have blood in it. Go, Barristan said, not looking at him. Lord Stark, go. Come with me, Ned said. I have given 30 years to thrones, Barristan replied, the words almost idle as he stepped into a man's stroke and made it irrelevant. Today I serve the realm. Go. Tomard's hand was on Ned's arm. Tomard did not often move a lord. He did now. They went. The door was a mouth that had to be passed before it closed. Behind them the sound of steel became louder and then smaller all at once, like a sea heard from a cliff as one turns away. They did not run. Running looks like fear. They moved with purpose because purpose can be mistaken for authority. The corridor seemed longer than the day. Men in Lannister crimson came from the left. The Watch came from the right. The Watch saw Tomard. Tomard lifted his chin. The Watch turned down a different passage as if they had remembered an errand they liked better. They made the turn at the armory and the air changed to hot iron and oil. "The girls," Ned said. His mouth had no spit in it. "The maiden vault." Varys had appeared again. He did that. "The maiden vault is guarded by your men," he said, "which means it is vulnerable to those who have been paid to move your men. Not the way now. The small stairs by the mason's yard. They smell of lime. No one likes lime." Ned wanted to ask how Varys knew every yard and every smell. He did not waste breath. He went. They walked into the scent of damp stone and unloved work. Down a half flight, across a short passage, through a door that opened because Tomard's shoulder decided it had not been consulted. They opened a second onto a short outer ward where rainwater had made a puddle that remembered the last night's downpour like a dream. The air there was honest. Swords made no sound. Someone's feet were already on those steps. Light and quick. Ned felt the hair lift on his arms. He did not need lime to tell him this was the right way. At the bottom of the second stair they came upon Syrio Farrell, first sword of Bravos once, master of something the court called water dancing so that the men in silks could smile without risking anything. He stood with his little stick of wood and 2 gold cloaks before him, one checking his teeth with his tongue as if they were the coin he had just been paid, the other laughing. 2 more came behind with a slackness to their march that said they had expected to find frightened girls and found only their own reflection. Syrio did not bow. He lifted the stick and tapped the floor once with it. "There is a wolf cub and a little bird up there," he told the gold cloaks conversationally, in an accent that brushed the words with C. "I am told to keep them where they are. This I will do." The laughing one, laughs have always made poor armor, took a step. Syrio moved his stick as if chiding a child. The man's knees met the floor before he knew there was floor beneath them. The other made the mistake of letting anger teach him to hurry. Syrio flicked his wrist. The man's knuckles cracked against stone and he hissed and then was hit in the throat in a way that made him consider life a subtler thing than he had supposed. The 2 behind stopped because new information had entered their world and they did not know yet how much it weighed. Tomard raised his sword. Syrio's eyes slid to Ned and recognized him as a man who belonged to the girls he guarded. "Up," Syrio said. "Quick, quick. They are ready to run. They have the bags." Ned went up the narrow last flight of steps that smelled of lime and something else. Fear does not smell the same on all men. He found Arya with her feet planted and needle in her hand and a look on her face his sister had worn when she thought a horse had been wronged. He found Sansa with her hair in the sober braid of a girl who has learned the court's hands and a small bundle clutched in white fingers in the way one holds a hope. Alysanne stood behind them with her jaw set and a kitchen knife in her hand as if it were a truth she had been permitted too late. "Come," Ned said, and the word broke Sansa into a sob because it was a promise and because she wanted so much to believe it. Arya did not sob. She stepped when Syrio said step and moved when he said move and passed Ned with the quick flash of an eye that had no time for anything except what stood where the next foot would go. They went down into the mason's yard and across it with the wet stone giving them a scent to wear like a disguise. Behind them Syrio Farrell made the sound of wood upon bone. A light tap-tap, as if he were teaching a lesson to a stubborn counter. The sound ceased rather suddenly. Ned felt it go out like a candle and knew what candles meant. Tomard looked to him. Ned did not send him back. A man must mourn later or not at all. There is no middle place that does any good. They took the outside way along the wall walk where the city opened before them like a stomach. Smoke rose here and there where the night had cooked something that did not wish to be food. The river flashed through gaps between houses and then hid, as rivers do when they do not want to be used as arrows by Enum.
Ice.
They reached the postern by the old granaries. Granaries that the court did not remember because they had become useful without becoming visible. 2 of Ned's men held it. One had blood on his sleeve. He nodded to Ned and made way. "If I do not come," Ned said to Tomard, so quietly the stone had to lean in to overhear, "you take them north. Varys will show you a way. He always knows one. You trust no one in silk. You trust no one in crimson. You trust those who smell of horses. You go." Tomard looked like a man who had found a boulder he had expected would not ask to be moved. He grunted. You'd best come, my lord. Alisane will box my ear if I bring them dirty. Sansa took her father's hand then and held it as if it were a rope, and she stood on ice. Arya did not. She stood on her own feet and looked over the wall into the city as if memorizing it so she could one day find it again and make it answer her. Father, Sansa whispered, will there still be songs? Yes, Ned said, because some lies are medicine. They will be better ones, Arya said, because she had already decided that she would not sing them. They went out through the postern into a sunlight that had no right to look so clean. The alley smelled of onions and wet rope. The city sounded like itself. 1,000 people making small noises that added to a hum that can be mistaken for peace at a distance. Varys had a man waiting, a thin fellow with eyes like tacks and a broom across his shoulder. He bowed to no one, which made Ned like him. Come, the man said, as if to customers late to market. This way. Keep your heads down when the gulls fly. He led them through a door that was not a door until you saw it, across a courtyard where someone had hung laundry and gone inside to make the stew forget to burn, along a walkway beneath 2 leaning houses that touched like old friends needing to keep one another from falling. The broom knocked twice at a shutter. A girl's hand in a fingerless glove reached out, took a little slip of wood from the broomman's fingers, and vanished again. They'll argue over which postern you used until the night, the broomman said conversationally. No one will think of Master Cobb's cider barrel, as heavy as sin. But sin is thirsty too. Folk don't think about that. They turned at a wall where whitewash had flaked to bare brick, went down 3 steps into stink that the river had taught the alleys to imitate, turned again. The air changed. They were at the back of a cooper's yard, and the cooper himself looked up briefly, nodded once, and went back to his hoops as if this were the most ordinary of customers. Beyond the yard, a narrow lane opened upon a slice of the fish market like a cut in a loaf. The smell of salt and rot and lemon squeezed over everything like a desperate prayer made Ned's mouth water and his stomach roll. The broomman pointed with his chin. The wharf, he said. 3rd boat. The man with the hat that has lost the battle with the sun. Don't look at the river. Men who look at water too much begin to think they can live there. Sansa looked at the river. Arya did not. Ned did not think he could live anywhere the gods did not put trees. The wharf's boards complained under their feet and then, after a few strides, allowed them with a weary graciousness. A man in a hat that had indeed lost a battle with sun and time sat in the 3rd boat and pretended to be disinterested in anything but a length of rope he was coaxing into a better temper. You're late, the man said mildly without looking up. The tide is what it is. It won't learn courtesy for you because you bring comely company. Take them, Ned said, his throat stiff, to the man with dragon pinched in his face. The man squinted. I've worked for lords who wanted me to take them to gods. The pay was better, and you could say you failed with a clear conscience. Dragon it is. He looked at the girls and nodded once, something like gentleness passing over his hard face. Mind your hands, he told them, the way a man tells children to watch the edge of a table. The river bites if you dangle them. Sansa stepped into the boat as if she were stepping into a song. Arya leapt as if it were a fence in a field. Alisane got in and made the boat look suddenly more reliable. Tomard set a hand upon the stern. Ned stood on the wharf with the light lying flat across his boots and wanted to step in after them so badly the want felt like sickness. He had not time to indulge it. Go, he said, and the word broke something. The oars took the water. The boat moved as if remembering it had been made to do this and would obey so long as no one asked it to think. The river met it with its old indifferent embrace. The hat boatman let his mouth put more effort into the rope. The broomman melted into men who had brooms, which is a kind of invisibility no night can buy. Ned watched until the boat was lost among boats. Then he turned, because if one stares too long at the thing one loves leaving, one does not do what one must for the thing that remains. When he came out of the alley where onions had been left to remind noses they existed, he found Davos in the shadow of a broken wall, as if the man had grown there. You did right, the smuggler knight said softly. If there's a right here, that is it. I will hold, Ned said. I believe you, Davos answered, one corner of his mouth thinking about a smile and deciding against it. And I believe you cannot, unless the gods decide they like the taste of stubborn this week. The gods prefer offerings, Ned said dryly. Davos replied, and I've seen them take payment from all the wrong hands. They went back up into the keep that had put on the smell of fear like a woman puts on scent that she hopes will convince a man to lie to himself. The throne room was quieter when he returned. Quiet does not mean peace. Barristan Selmy was not there. There was a patch on the floor that had been wiped in a hurry with a bucket and a cloth, and men were already choosing to stand elsewhere without noticing that they were doing it. Joffrey sat with his crown slightly askew. The iron around him looked displeased. Cersei's mouth told a different story than her eyes, and only a fool believes mouths when eyes speak. You run, she said almost lazily. Wolves do run, I am told. But then they turn, don't they? They make a stand and howl. It's very dramatic. I saw to the safety of the children, Ned said. Yours included. Cersei's eyes narrowed a fraction. Generosity is a currency the North spends most freely when it is other men's flesh on the table. You will not be harmed, Ned said. Nor your son, nor your daughter, nor the boy you claim. He looked at Joffrey and let his eyes tell the truth. His mouth was not allowed yet to speak in this room without killing. You will be held in honor until the lords can be assembled. Then the law will be allowed to do what it was made to do, which is to be dressed up by men like you and paraded in front of fools, Cersei said. I grow bored of this. She turned her head slightly. Lord Slynt. Slynt strode forward, puffed by the memory of having done something today that had made a queen's lips move in a way that pleasured him. He flicked his fingers. The gold cloaks did what fingers told them. They came toward Ned for the second time that day. Don't, Peter Baelish said pleasantly from his post, and lifted a single finger of his own. Slynt glanced at him, and in that glance something older than either man spoke. The gold cloak stopped. The room breathed again, twice, remembering how there are more ways to cut a throat than to take a knife to it, Peter observed to no one. Let us not ruin the carpets when the stairs are so near and simple. Cersei's eyes slid to him and away. She did not care who cut, only that he was cut. She had begun to enjoy the slowness of it. Lord Stark, she said, and made his name sound like a jest and an epitaph. You will go to the Tower of the Hand. You will remain there under guard. You will not receive visitors without my leave. You will write no letters. The seal you wear is to be surrendered. Her eyes flicked to the ring at his finger and returned to his face. You may keep your sword. I am not unkind. I will not be arrested by a lie, Ned said. The lie, Cersei answered, is not arrested. It sits the throne. Ned could have made a scene and a story. He could have insisted upon the letter. He could have held up the book. He could have called for Barristan's honor and Peter's sums and Varys's silk. He did none of these. He thought of the boat on the river that had chosen to do what it had been made to do, and of girls who knew their feet were their first friends. He nodded once. I will go to the Tower of the Hand, he said. I will surrender nothing that is not yours, and I will not play at being blind. Blindness is a comfort, Cersei said. You will learn to miss it. They escorted him from the throne room with spears that did not need to prod. The city made a sound like a hearth 2 rooms away. Distant, appetizing, dangerous. Tomard walked at his side as if he had been born doing it. Varys and Peter did not walk at all because men such as they float from place to place on the attention of others. The Tower of the Hand had never felt to Ned like anything but a borrowed room in a long inn, no matter how fine the sheets or how polished the wood. Today, under guard, it felt less like a room and more like the idea of a room, something a man might have imagined when he was very tired. They put 2 watchmen at the door, men with the look of those who understand that if they let this door open to the wrong face, their lives will collapse like rotten loaves. They nodded to him as if to a man who has earned a sort of respect that is not courtesy and not fear but something in between. When he was alone with Tomard and the few he had kept near, Varley, the boy Jax who had run and run until his lungs forgot their business and then remembered it, and Fat Tom, who was less fat now than he had been because the city steals comfortably from flesh. He sat and let the weight of the day come to him in a slow wave. "Barris Tan?" he asked. "Not dead," Varley said. "Not in the yard where the boys put their sweat. Not in the White Tower. Not in the September. They say he walked out with his cloak in his arm and his honor on his shoulder, and they let him go because they were afraid to touch him in that moment. It was like the gods were watching and had not told them from which direction." "Davos?" Ned asked. "Gone," Tomard said. "Like smoke that leaves a good smell. He knows how to go." "The girls?" Tomard did not have to be asked. "Safe for now," he said. The little boat bit the river and went to a bigger one, and the bigger one had its oars in and did not wait to be asked twice. "I watched as long as was wise. Then I came back because men here mean to make mischief, and better it be made while I am present than while I am away." "Good." Ned closed his eyes. "Good." Night came the way it had been coming lately, as if hurried by someone behind it. The torches up the tower stairs made shadows that were too long for the space that held them. The watchman at his door shifted and tried to make boredom of fear. Boredom is a cloak that seldom fits in such rooms. A serving boy brought a trencher of meat and onions and barley poured into a loaf like a ship's belly. Ned ate without tasting and gave half to Tomard, who ate with thoroughness. They drank water that had spent a day in a copper pot and learned patience from it. In the small hours, the door opened without knocking, which meant one of two men was outside it. Ned did not stand. He did not wish to give either man the gift of making him rise. Varys flowed in and closed the door behind him with the care of a lover. "You made a portion of the city breathe easier today and another portion hold its breath," the eunuch observed, fingers laced, mouth wry. "It is no mean feat to do both." "You have never been content with a single portion," Ned said. He looked at Varys as one might look at a puzzle one pretends not to enjoy. "Why did you tell me to go? Why help me at all, if you mean only to keep your own skin sound?" Varys sighed. It was theatrical and honest both. "I help the realm," he said. "It is an ugly word for an ugly thing. The realm is not the king. It is not you. It is not your girls. It is not the queen nor the boy who calls himself king, nor even the man who should be king if law were a bridge men trusted. The realm is the thousands and thousands of little lives that go on whether or not we remember to bow to our bread before we tear it. It is the quiet. I servedet. I have served uglier men than you to do it. I have done worse than you dreamed to do it. If I did not help you today, the quiet would have ended too soon. That is all." Ned felt the old anger that had grown in him in this city, like a tumor that had learned his blood. If you served the quiet, you would have told the truth upon a different day, long ago, and made your god of little lives kneel to it. Varys's eyes flickered. "I was making arrangements for other quiets," he said, so simply that for a moment the words moved him from the category of villain to the category of man with too many rooms in his head. "I am not proud. I am only necessary." "You are only useful," Ned corrected. "To yourself." Varys bowed again and again did not make it empty. "As you please," he said. "Tomorrow the queen will send for you. She will tell you that the boy will be crowned in a day. She will ask you to kneel. She will offer you your life in Winterfell if you do. She will offer you your daughters. This time she will be able to make good upon that in the short term. In the long, I cannot swear anything, not to any man. But for a while, perhaps, there would be quiet for you." Ned looked at him the way one looks at a road that seems to lead somewhere one is not allowed to go. "And what would you have me do?" "What you will," Varys said with rare gentleness. "You are one of the few men I've known who truly cannot be made to do otherwise." He left the way he had come, a soft sound where the hinge should have cried out. Peter did not come. He had said what he had wished to say and would now wait to see whether the board arranged itself into the pleasing pattern he had in his mind. Dawn came gray, the city reluctant to give itself back to the light. Ned washed and put on the plainest tunic he owned that could still show a man where he stood in the world. He bound the letter against his skin. He strapped ice as far as decency allowed and then stopped. He told Tomard to keep the door locked behind him and to admit no man with a polite smile. Politeness is the gray cat of betrayals. They brought him to the queen. She received him in a room that had been made for men to forget they were afraid to stand in it. The windows were tall. The light came in and pretended it had come to offer forgiveness. Circe sat as if chairs always consented to be thrones when she lowered herself toward them. She wore white with green at the hem, a sickle of meadow on snow. "You will confess," she said, "the way a woman says, you will pass the salt. You will say you erred in judgment and in zeal. You will say the grief of Robert's death and the insult of my brother's temper did something to your northern balance. You will say that the love of your daughters and the wish for them to stay in a world that knows how to be kind to little birds has made you remember where law must bow to mercy. You will kneel, Lord Stark. You will kneel." Ned looked at her. She had beauty. It was a weapon she had learned to hold so young that sometimes she forgot it was unsheathed. "What becomes of the boy upon the throne if I do?" "He is crowned tomorrow," Circe said, "in gold and in cheers. Men need cheers. The West will come. The Stormlands are useful in storms and will be made to obey their name in time. The Reach likes pageantry. They will come to be seen beside it. The North will go home and make snowmen. The Riverlands will burn because my father requires them to, and then they will be told they are safe because he has finished burning what he wishes. It is an ugly song. It is the one the realm knows." "And Stannis?" Ned asked. Circe's smile thinned. "Sea stones make poor thrones," she answered. "Let him declare. Let him write letters. Let him hold Dragonstone and his righteous anger. The realm will forget his name in its mouth because it chafes there." "I have never been good at forgetting," Ned said. Circe's eyes cooled another degree. "Then consider your daughters," she said softly. "The boat did not bring them far enough. The sea is not a cloak you can put about them and say, 'Now they are unseen.' There are eyes that belong to me even on water. There are harbors. There are winds that can be bought with coin. Kneel, and I will draw the map of a summer that keeps them safe. Stand, and I will draw a winter that shows me what color their hair is when it's dirty." Ned closed his eyes. He saw a yard in Winterfell with snow that squeaked under the heel, a boy chasing a wolf that did not intend to be caught, a woman with a quiet smile that had to be grown like a plant in a place with little sun. He saw a red-armed smith beside a roaring mouth of fire-sharpening tools for men who would use them to bring bread into houses where there were songs. He saw a throne made of iron swords and a boy upon it whose parentage dishonored everything it meant to be a father. He opened his eyes. "You will have my answer at the sept," he said, "when the boy is crowned. This much courtesy I will give you, and no more." Circe's mouth curved. "Courtesy is a poor cloak," she said. "It shows the shape of the knife beneath it. But very well. In the sept, then, wear your face. It will look well when you bow." He left without bowing, because he was from the north and the north has always known the value of stiffness. In the corridor beyond, he leaned his forehead for a heartbeat against cold stone and let it take a little heat from him, enough to let him lift his head again. By noon, the city knew that there would be crowning on the morrow. It discovered that it could believe everything and nothing at once. It did this every day and was practiced at it. Merchants brought bright cloth to sell in the street below the Red Keep because even in fear some men must buy something to prove the world can be acquired. A singer at the corner of the Street of Flower and the Street of Whalebone began a new song about a king with hair like honey. He did not finish the second verse. A woman with flour on her hands told him to be quiet because her boy was sleeping. In the White Sword Tower, Barristan Selmy laid his cloak upon a row of hooks and stood looking at it as if it were something that had happened to another man. He put his sword upon the table, hilt toward the door like a courtesy to whoever would have to pick it up next. He breathed. No one came to tell him he was dismissed or begged to remain. The tower smelled faintly of beeswax and steel. In the end, he took the sword again. If he could not give it to a worthy man now, he would carry it away and keep it from unworthy hands. He walked out into a street that did not at first notice him, which was a courtesy greater than any a court could give. On a hill beside the sea, An old maester put down a quill and rubbed his eyes and thought of a boy who had laughed once and then learned not to from those who believed that laughter was treason against purpose. He wrote 2 letters. He burned one. He sent the other with a man who liked to pretend that he was paid too much and often was. At Casterly Rock, Lord Tywin Lannister read a letter that had nothing to do with the shape of his mouth as he read it. He folded it and set it aside with care, as if it were dangerous, which it was. He spoke to Ser Kevin without raising his voice. The mountain rode by dusk. He always rode by dusk. Harry Swift was told to make a ledger into an army. Men in crimson and men who did not yet know they worked for crimson laid hands on broadswords and on torches and on the saddles of horses that would be asked to run until they forgot their names. In the Eyrie, whether a man had escaped by wit and blade or still fretted in a sky cell, someone looked up through bars at stars and told them a story about a woman who had made a mistake on a road and a great house that did not forgive mistakes when they were made by other people. The Vale had started to listen to itself again after a long time of listening only to its own echo. That would matter later. At the crag, a boy learned to shoot at straw men who did not fall. At Riverrun, a lord called his banners and said the word Lannister as if spitting out a bitter seed. At Winterfell, Robb Stark closed his fingers around a carved weirwood piece that looked like a sword and placed it upon a simple map the way a man places a life into danger because otherwise other lives will burn in a way he cannot forgive. The ravens came and went like thoughts one could not hold onto long enough to make them honest. And in the Tower of the Hand, Eddard Stark read the letter again and again until the words no longer blurred, until they were not words but stones laid in a path that went one way and not another. Stannis's hand remained spare and plain. At the bottom he had written one sentence he had perhaps meant to be for himself and which had arrived, unavoidably, for Ned instead. It is not enough to be right. One must also be obeyed. He folded the letter for the last time and placed it beneath the board of his table, where the wood had a slight swelling he had noticed weeks ago and thought would one day require the carpenter. He put the book of lineages back into the cloth as if he were swaddling a stubborn baby. He bathed his hands and did not watch the water run red or brown. It was clean. Hands were not. The day passed the way days do when a city has been told it will see a boy crowned tomorrow. Slowly and with tiny grotesqueries. A goose got loose on a street near the river and outran 3 men and 2 dogs. A beggar won 3 coppers with a trick knife. A baker burned his 3rd batch and blamed politics. A sellsword made a promise to a girl with bad teeth and was believed. A lord had his hair trimmed in the latest Reach fashion and looked silly. A septon thought about his lover and then about how hungry he was. A child discovered she could make her baby brother laugh by making a small farting noise with her mouth. An old woman remembered a War 2 Kings back and boiled lentils because nothing else had changed enough to require a different recipe. The city breathed in, out, afraid of the next inhale. When darkness settled, it did so without drama. Ned slept, more than he had any right to. In the morning, he put on a clean shirt and thought of snow. The sept was hung with cloth of gold so bright that the candles had to struggle to compete. The mother's hands had been wreathed in white flowers put there by a child. The father had been polished by a man who had let his mind wander, while his hand did what it had always done. The crone's lamp smoked a little because the oil was poor. The acolyte responsible for it thought about wine. The stranger stared at no one and everyone. Joffrey came in his new crown and new arrogance, followed by Cersei in a grace that was not new. Pycelle wheezed significance. Meryn Trant wore his white cloak like a boast and Boros like a bib. Mandon Moore's face was a wall. Aerys Oakhart looked as if he had slept badly. Barristan Selmy was not there. Ned walked in the back, behind men who had declared for the law without thinking too much about what it would cost them. Peter Baelish arrived with a mouth ready to be amused. Varys glided to the place where he could hear well and be seen less. The High Septon raised his hands. He spoke words. They were the old words, about duty and about the gods and about the way a crown is a thing a man wears so that other men can see the weight they already require him to bear. Joffrey stood very straight. Cersei had learned how to make her face look like humility. She wore the expression easily now from practice. Ned did not watch the crown go onto the boy's head. He watched Cersei's mouth. It did not move. He watched Slint's fingers. They flexed nervously. He watched a boy acolyte in the second row scratch his ear and remember not to do it with the hand that held the censer. He watched a patch of shadow to the left of the altar that looked the wrong size. Varys also watched it. Their eyes met a heartbeat. Varys did not shake his head. He merely did not nod. When the moment came for the realm's lords to speak their cheer, the sound went up, dutiful, full, false. It filled the sept until the candles seemed smaller than they had been. It made the crown feel real by sheer pressure of sound on metal. Joffrey smiled because smiles are crowns men can put upon themselves when they are not given other ones. The High Septon gestured. "If any would speak," he intoned. "Let him speak." Ned stepped forward. Cersei's eyes narrowed like a cat seeing a rat. Joffrey's smile hardened as if it had found bone beneath itself. Ned held the will, which was a piece of paper made a weapon only by belief. He held the book, which was a piece of paper made a trap only by patience. He did not open the book. He did not raise the will. He said, "I, Eddard of House Stark, son of Lord Rickard, Warden of the North, hand of the king and Lord Protector by the king's own hand." And he saw Cersei ready her smile for the moment she would break him against her. "Do bend the knee to the law of the realm." He went down upon one knee. The sound in the sept changed. It was not a gasp. It was a confusion. "I will not bend it to me. I will not call a boy king who is not. I will obey the law and ask all men to do the same. And in so doing I pledge my life to the safety of the realm until the lords can be gathered and the truth placed before them." He did not look at Joffrey. He looked at the gods carved in stone, and in his heart he saw a weirwood that was not here. Cersei recovered faster than anyone in the room. She turned her face to the crowd and gave them the smile she had prepared for a different play. And it worked nearly as well in this one because most men do not care what the words mean if the music remains pleasant. "Lord Stark is moved by grief," she said sweetly. "We forgive him. We will forgive him until he remembers how to be a friend to the crown." She made it sound like a thing he could climb back onto without tearing himself open. Joffrey opened his mouth. The boy wanted to say the word kneel again because he liked it, but he sensed the room slipping and swallowed his pleasure. "We accept your fealty, Lord Stark," he said. "Rise." Ned rose. He did not say the words that would have made it a lie. He did not say the words that would have made it treason. He left the space empty. Sometimes emptiness is the only honest shape a thing can take. Later, when the wine had begun to slosh and men had begun to speak of prospects as if war were a woman they meant to court, Varys found him with a face that looked almost tired. "You have made a third road," the eunuch murmured. "They are rare. They are not often safe." "I have made time," Ned said, "for ships, for letters, for men to remember the weight of promises, for a father in the West to decide whether his pride can bear a truth, for a man on a rock to choose whether God is a fire he will burn his daughter for or a law he will keep, for a wife to bring news across more water than I like to think about, for a boy in Winterfell to become a man on a horse." Varys bowed. "Very well," he said. "Then we will have our quiet for another day." He lowered his voice further. "In the dock this morning, a man went down to his boat and did not find it where he had left it." He shrugged because boats go and boats come, and then he remembered that he had been paid by a rough-handed man with a hat that had lost an argument with the sun. The rough-handed man gave him a different boat. The rough-handed man got into another. The river is full of men who are not where they were yesterday. Sometimes that is cause for rejoicing. Sometimes it is cause for tears, Ned said. Sometimes you cannot tell which until the wind changes. On the steps of the sept, in the thin shade of a pillar, Peter Baelish watched Cersei walk past cooing something to a man from the Reach who had just noticed how much he cared for vineyards. Peter smiled his little smile and said to no one, "Let's see if the North truly knows how to wait." And somewhere, below the world men like to look at, a boat with two girls and a woman who did not believe in court words slid alongside a ship whose sails had been patched more often than a liar's story. A man missing 4 finger ends held out a hand and said, "Mind the step." One girl took it. The other made the jump on her own and landed with a thud that made the deck remember something about wolves. The ship eased into the channel, and the oars took the rhythm of men who had learned that rhythm is a thing you can live by when promise and threat have made a soup of the air. The wind pushed. The city drew its breath to shout something and found that for a moment it could not remember which word it had meant to choose. Above it, in a high room in a tower that would not be his for long, Eddard Stark stood looking out a narrow window at a scrap of river and the top of the sept and a piece of sky that had decided to be honest and blue. He put his hand to the letter where it lay against his skin. He thought of iron. He thought of ice. He thought of law as something that does not comfort but does endure. He thought of a wolf that had been hidden in the heart of a boy by a god carved into a tree. He thought that the world might break, and that if it did, he would stand where he had to when it began. And in the west, a lion rose, and in the east a fire whispered to a man about kings. And in the center of it all a crown gleamed upon the head of a child who had been told that this weight was his birthright. Men began to talk. Women began to pack. Swords began to find their way into hands. On the trident, reeds leaned and listened the way reeds have always listened when the world above them forgets that it is not the only song. The realm set its shoulder to its history and pushed. It did not know yet whether it meant to move or to be moved. It only knew that it was time. The sea took the boat and made it its own, rocking it with old hands that had known other cradles. The river's swill fell away behind them. The boom and clatter of the wharves shrank into the gulls' thin laughing until even the gulls seemed to lose interest and turn their pale knives elsewhere. The oars went out, and the men bent their backs, finding that small mercy of labor that keeps fear from having too much room. Davos sat near the prow with his shoulders a shape the wind respected. He had made himself smaller for the children's sake, folding his height as if it were a sail he could reef in bad weather. "There's a chop near where the river kisses the bay," he told Alysanne, because she had the look of one who liked truth better than promises. "It'll slap us, that's all. The tide's for us." Arya had wedged herself by the gunwale where her fingers could feel the old tar and flaking pitch. She liked the way ships kept their scars and didn't pretend otherwise. Sansa held the sides so steady her knuckles paled. The city stretched behind them, untrustworthy in the new light, as if it might pick itself up and follow. "What does Dragonstone smell like?" Arya asked without looking away from the water, as if asking the sea its own name. "Like the inside of the earth when it has cooled enough to hold a story," Davos said, and glanced at her to see if she would laugh at that. She did not. "Like kelp rotting in long drapes after a storm, and smoke when the wind is wrong. Like old iron that's learned to pretend it's stone. The towers are carved to look like dragons. The wind whistles through their mouths when it's high enough, and sometimes men wake in the night thinking the island has had a bad dream." "Good," Arya said, and for a moment she looked happy. Sansa closed her eyes because she could not bear the way the horizon kept promising and then promising again. Forever. The rocking made her stomach think it had been badly treated, which seemed ungrateful of it, because this rocking meant father had done something brave and terrible to give it to her. "Will we see whales?" She asked Alysanne because it was easier than asking whether she would see her sister married in a dress she had already designed in her head a dozen different ways. Alysanne smoothed a strand of hair away from Sansa's temple and secured it with a pin she had taken from her own sleeve. "If they're in the mood to be seen," she said. Her mouth was not kind, exactly. It was honest, which is better when one is on a boat. By afternoon, the swells had lengthened and gentled, and the men's sweat had taken on the rhythm of their strokes. Davos spoke when it was useful, about how to drink without swallowing too much salt, about how to watch the line where sky meets water for tricks, about why one should never count the oars aloud because the sea has ears and does not like to be told its business. He did not ask them questions that would make their throats hot. When the first night fell on water instead of roofs, it felt like a different dark altogether. The stars turned out as if for inspection, and the mast took on an opinion and creaked it. Somewhere to landward a light winked. Some fisherman with a net still paying out, stubborn as a prayer. Arya leaned against the gunwale and pressed every sound into herself. The difference between this slap and that hiss, the change that comes when the wind turns an inch. Sansa lay with her head in Alisane's lap and did not sleep. She discovered that there are kinds of weary that cannot be helped by shutting one's eyes. Near dawn, the wind sharpened, and the boat took a twist that set a cask rolling and brought a low curse from a man who had forgotten he had vowed not to use such words in front of girls. Davos told him with a look that men are allowed one vow at a time. He moved to the tiller and took it as if it were a hand he knew and trusted. "There," he said when the sky had decided the day would be gray. "Do you see it? On the left hand, low, like the back of a beast with its spine too near the skin. Dragonstone rose slowly, the way a thing does when it is made of story as much as stone, all black and wet where the waves had licked it and left it colder. The towers made themselves known one by one, the sea dragon and the Warum, the stone drum with its flat crown where gulls sulked, and farther up, the keep shouldering in, those craft-mad old masons having worked their pride till the rock became nightmare beautiful. The spray thrown by the sea took the edge off everything and yet sharpened it, too." Alisane's lips moved, counting. Sansa sat up. Arya did not look away. "You'll pass the headland and there's a lee," Davos said to the oarsmen, because he had told them this and liked saying it again. "The gullet's farther east, boy," he snapped when the youngest lifted his eyes toward some imagined pirate in that direction. "There's no one here but what we bring." On the strand, men in Stannis' livery waited, the badge stark even in the morning light. A crowned stag over a heart of flame, patched and re-dyed and stubborn. The spray made their hair wet and their faces feel as if the salt had decided to stay. A lean man with a scar lined down one cheek lifted a hand to Davos with the brevity men use when there is work to be done and a marvel to be observed during it. A woman with a basket took one look at the girls as they stumbled and pushed a heel of bread into Arya's hand before Arya had decided to be hungry. They took the steep path up that had been carved cruelly to make men remember what it costs to live in a tale. At the first turning, a boy about Arya's height stood with a lantern he did not need in daylight. His face was clever in the way a cormorant's is clever.
Ser Davos, e chirped.
"Maester Cresson says he wants quiet men, and there are none in the yard this morning. He says there are guests, and he cannot trust the cooks not to salt them." "Maester Cresson trusts the wrong men and the right ones," Davos said fondly, and put a hand on the boy's head, finding under the hair the little bumps the world had yet to wear down. "Run. Tell him we're coming and not to throw himself down the stairs if he can help it." "He only ever fell once," the boy said, indignant but already off. The air inside the gates was different. Warmer, yes, and smoked, but shot through also with something Davos could never quite name, like breath held by stone. The great courtyard had flags run up but only halfway, an indecision that suited the place poorly. Men moved in purposeful lines that had been taught to them by a man who liked lines to keep their temper. There were fewer silks than one saw in cities, more wool in colors that didn't mind being washed roughly. They were met by a bald old man with a stoop and a face that looked as if it had been carved by the same mason who had done the gods of the father and then softened by candles after. Maester Cresson held himself the way a man does who refuses to notice pain because pain, when noticed, becomes rude. He took their measure in one glance and then gave them another because the first had been insufficient for his curiosity. His gaze went to the girls and gentled, not in the way men's faces often do around pretty things, but as if he had found lost children in a crowd. "You are welcome here," he said, and the weight of the word welcome was not the court's weight. It meant, "I will find blankets that have been warmed and put soup where noses can find it and keep men with loud voices away. Lord Stannis will see you when you are fed." "After they are fed," Davos said. "He can see me now." Cresson nodded, pleased that some men still remembered the proper order. "He is at the table," he said, which was the way they spoke of the painted table when they didn't wish to give it power by naming it out loud. The room of the painted table had never learned to be warm, no matter the braziers. The great piece of carpentry dominated it. Westeros laid out in wood and paint. The seas made a green too vivid to be honest. The mountains raised in ridges that weren't enough for a man who'd known the real cold, the coasts curling like mouths. Stannis stood with his hands locked behind him, the posture of a man keeping himself from striking wood when he meant to strike a man. He had not slept, or if he had, sleep had not altered him as it does other men. His hair had thinned further, making his skull look eager. He did not turn when Davos entered, perhaps because it pleased him to refuse courtesy to those he trusted lest they mistake it for weakness. "You went," he said, as if Davos had been taking too long to bring back something obvious. "I went," Davos agreed. "I brought you 2 girls, worth more than the man who would buy their lives for a crown, and a woman who can tell me to mind my hands without making me angry." He said the last with a gratitude he did not put into his voice when he spoke of nobles. Now Stannis turned. His face never remembered to be gentle, but it could be just. "Eddard Stark's daughters," he said, putting it into the air to be sure the stones heard it. "From the Red Keep with Lannister in every second hallway. The city has not burned only because the gold cloaks are slow. They are not slow when coin tells them where to be," Davos said. "But a boat is faster than a scribe." Stannis's mouth twitched. "Cresson, in my care," the maester's voice said from the doorway. He had moved with surprising quiet. "They will eat now, and then they will be shown the sea, which has been known to remind men there is more than court. I do not know whether it works on little birds and wolves. We will discover it together." A woman stood behind Cresson as if she had been there long enough to be part of the doorframe. Celis Florent's face held severity like a mother-of-pearl cup holds wine. Unwillingly, it would rather hold something sour. She bowed to the bare edge of propriety, because anything more would have conceded something to their presence. "Stark girls," she said as if recounting a number. "We will keep them. The Lady of Dragonstone will see that they are suitably clothed and corrected." "Lady Celis," Davos said with more politeness than he used for men whose swords he had liked better than their persons. He did not add that girls who have had to run from a court learn their corrections on their own, quick as sparrows. Behind Celis, smaller than her shoulder and hidden until she made a little sideways move, stood a girl with eyes like a sky that had had too much winter and could not remember spring until it arrived. Shireen. She had the look of one who had learned to be careful not to take up too much room in any imagination. "Are there wolves?" she asked, and then flushed because she had not been given leave to speak. "Not here," Davos said gently. "But if you're quiet, you can hear the island's breath when the wind's wrong. That's nearly as good." Shireen's smile arrived so carefully it seemed to check each step before it set foot on her face. Celis' mouth tightened at the sight of it, as if a rare flower had chosen an unapproved season in which to appear. Stannis returned to the table because the world insists. "Lord Eddard," he said, and the way he spoke the name made it weigh differently, like a piece placed on a board in a position it had been meant to take all along. "He holds, then, for a day," Davos said, "and maybe another." He made a third road in a place that prefers forks. The city blinked and forgot for a moment it meant to scream. "It will scream," Stannis said without rancor, as if noting a sunrise. "Tywin will move before the Riverlands can decide whether they prefer to burn alone or with friends. Renly has left the city to go to Highgarden to ask Mace Tyrell to make a field of peacocks into an army." He lifted one hand and placed it upon the reach, flat. "The Tyrells like change when it arrives with flowers. They hate winter but do not believe in it. My brother is a flower." He did not smile. "Will you go at once?" Davos asked. He watched Stannis' eyes, because a man's mouth can be careful but eyes forget themselves in a room with a map in it. "I will send letters first," Stannis said. "Not the kind with flattering edges. The kind that tells men across leagues that a lie has stood in the place of a king, and that if they kneel to it now they will find scorched ground under their knees later. The North will come if Stark asks it. The Vale will do nothing so vigorously one might think it an art. The Stormlands will remember their name. The Ironborn will be Ironborn." He spat the last as if the word itself had grease he could not stomach. "We will need ships. We will need the truth to arrive with swords." Davos touched the edge of the table near the stepstones, where the paint was worn by men who had leaned too hard there while looking east. "And food," he said, because he remembered being hungry too often to pretend it could be forgotten for long. "You can't eat a map." Stannis glanced at him, and for a heartbeat something like comradeship made a small, unlit fire between them. "No," he said, "you cannot. We will find bread. We will make it if we must." Cresson bowed slightly, the gesture small and round, like his concern. "Your grace should sleep," he suggested with a gall that would have earned other men a night under cold water. "Your eyes are too old for this many hours. Sleep makes a man remember he has blood in his brain and not only rules." Stannis's mouth flattened. "After I write what no one wishes to read," he said. Then, without turning, "See that the girls are treated as guests, not as hostages." Sellis' eyebrows twitched. They said nothing, which was how Sellis preferred to argue when it did not suit her to lose. Cresson took Sansa and Arya through corridors that had memorized too many footfalls and showed neither preference nor pity. In the small solar, he gave them bread and broth and a cup of something herbal that tasted as if a meadow had been made to admit it liked being useful. Sansa wrapped her hands around the warmth. Arya spooned without being asked and without a word. "You'll need shoes with a better idea of stairs," Cresson told them, "and gowns that can be washed without asking for absolution. And perhaps a lesson in seawalls if you like such things, how men learn to trick a wave into forgetting itself. And a book," he added to Sansa, because he had caught the angle of her gaze when they passed a shelf. "There is one on the families of the Reach that—" "I have read that one," Sansa said before she could stop herself, and then blushed, because it felt like correcting a priest. "Good," Cresson said, pleased in the unselfish way of men who are in love with knowledge and not their own ownership of it. "Then I'll give you a book about things that do not care what men are named: wind, rope, tides. If you hate it, you may tell me so, and I will forgive you." Arya set her spoon down. "Is there anywhere to practice?" she asked. "Our man, my teacher, he told me my feet were my first friends. They like to be asked to dance." Cresson's eyes warmed. "There is a yard that has never learned to smile," he said. "It will not laugh at you. Davos knows it. He learned to keep from falling there when he was new to sailing for Lord Stannis and too proud to say he stumbled." "I never stumbled," Davos lied as he passed the doorway, having not meant to linger and then lingering anyway. "Only sat down faster than I expected." Sellis came in later with women who had been told to count stitches and words and minds. She regarded Sansa's hair as if it were a thorny hedge that might conceal enemy bandits and instructed it into order. She looked at Arya and immediately began to speak of hymns. Arya did not listen. Shireen crept in behind them with a little clay dragon cupped in both hands and, when Sellis' mouth was turned elsewhere, whispered, "Would you like him? He's got a crack in him from where the cat thought he was a fish." Arya stared at the dragon and then at Shireen, as if deciding to trust was a kind of knife she might try. "Keep him," she whispered back. "What's his name?" "He doesn't know yet," Shireen said, relieved to be asked. "He's waiting for someone to tell him without telling him, if you see." Arya did see. She touched the clay beast's head with one quick finger. "You'll know when you need to," she advised him, as if he were a boy given a stick and a yard and no instructions. In King's Landing, the heat collected again as if the storm had never been. The small council met because it had to and because much can be done with a word and a raised hand that cannot be done with a mailed fist. Cersei sat at the head of the table and did not ask permission to do so. Pycelle talked about precedent until words began to resemble a long piece of fat. Peter Baelish contributed a remark when it seemed his silence might be mistaken for insecurity. Varys watched where the servants had put the ewers and the plates and what food had been sent away, because men betray themselves with what they are suddenly too fine to eat. Joffrey did not attend. He was being taught to sign his name with a hand that believed paper should submit and often did. He practiced a flourish and liked it, and when his tutor frowned at the flourish, he did it harder. Ned sat in the tower of the hand with his leg propped and a weight in his chest that was not pain and not sleep. Tomard cleaned a blade that had found blood and did not like smelling it. Varley folded a shirt with more care than it needed, because hands have to do something when ears listen for boots. The watch at the door changed, and the new men did not smell of last night's stew. They smelled of restlessness. When the sun fell, Ned's window took it in and soaked it into the stone, and then gave it back slowly, as if nothing good should be kept to oneself. In the street of steel, Joran stood in Tobo Mott's yard and glowered at a boy with hair like a raven and arms beginning to learn how to be arms. "You're coming," he said when the boy bristled. "Don't argue. You've got a face that's no longer safe where men drink and talk at each other too loud. The North needs men. The Wall is a good place to be when lords begin to remember where they left their grievances." He spat and scratched his beard. "You like hammers? We've got rocks." Gendry scowled, which was a sign he was thinking. "I like metal," he said. "Rocks are just metal that lost its courage." Joran grunted, pleased despite himself. "You'll do, Pack. We leave at first light, except that light doesn't care about us, so it'll be second light if the mule has opinions. Don't tell anyone your name unless you mean to kill the man you tell it to or give him your lunch." At Winterfell, the air had turned toward memory early. The ravens had been coming and going so often the rookery had learned to make itself quiet out of pity. Robb Stark stood in the great hall beneath the carved rafters and felt the weight of eyes that loved him and would forgive him nothing. The banners were called, and they came, the great and the small, because the North had learned to be a net as much as a land. The great Jon roared and boasted and knocked a knife out of the air with the look he gave it alone. Roose Bolton said little and made silence sound like a plan. The Manderleys sent men with hearts large as their bellies and purses prudent as their wives. The Karstarks came with grief already in the saddle. The Umbers brought songs and threats and the kind of loyalty that will drag a man out of a ditch if only to tell him he had put himself in it poorly. Catelyn rode toward Riverrun with her guard and her thoughts. The road along the Green Fork wore ruts carved by men who had marched to other wars and then gone home to tell stories about them. She counted the trees because counting trees keeps a woman from counting the reasons to turn back. When she stopped to water the horses and hear their quiet gratitude, she put her hand to the river and let its cold tell her the thing all rivers tell: move. She moved. The riverlands smoked, thin at first, like thoughts men try to keep from becoming words. Then thicker, when the mountain found a village that hadn't yet learned that the world takes what it wants. Lorch's men found their sport where men did not own more than 4 coppers and a mother's comb with 1 tooth missing. A miller begged a man in crimson to leave his daughter, and the man in crimson explained to him in slow, patient strokes why begging was a poor trade. A priest tried to stand in a door with a book and was reminded that books do not stop torches. Word moved like rats along rafters. Edmure Tully stood on the battlements of Riverrun and swore a vow the river would remember. His hand on the stone where an old lord had stood once and looked at a younger man who wanted to marry his daughter and had not known yet what he was asking. Tyrion Lannister came to his father's camp with dust in his beard and a Sellsword at his side whose grin had no respect for lords' feelings. He found the tent as if tents themselves had asked to be arranged where Tywin Lannister put them, orderly, without boasting, with a cleanliness that made men mistake it for mercy. He found his father reading a letter without moving his eyes, a feat that men had reported with awe because it suggested the letter read itself to the Lord and was grateful for the opportunity. "You lost a brother," Tyrion said when he was admitted. Tywin did not startle. He had got past startling in his youth and found it untidy. He set the letter down with deliberation measured to the breath. "We were not so fortunate," he said. "We lost a sword." "Brothers are often swords," Tyrion said. "Sometimes they are also boys one remembers being required to feed and protect from their own talent for trouble. I am sorry for you. I am less sorry for him." Tywin's eyes were yellow where other men's were white. Grief touched them the way water touches oil. Briefly, making a lip at the edge, leaving no change when it went. "The hand has killed a Lannister before a court of men who will not be able to pretend not to have seen it," he said. "He has made a sermon of law. The realm will find that sermons have an aftertaste." He looked at Tyrion, and now his anger measured his son's height and found it sufficient for the weight it wished to put upon him. "You will go to the Eyrie, and you will bring the woman who began this and her boy to heel, or you will knock down enough stones beneath them that they find themselves obedient for fear of air. Bronn will accomplish what he is paid to accomplish. If he dies, we will find a man who will not. Do not come back to me with philosophy. Come come back with the answer to your chain. Tyrion liked games that made fools of other men's expectations. He did not like being a piece even when he understood he was one. And if the hand brings the north down your throat while you are chewing the riverlands? Then, Tywin said, we will see whether Wolfsong goes hoarse when it must be sung over the sound of hooves. He tapped the parchment with one finger. Jaime should not have died. He should have been ransomed. He should have been stolen back. He should have killed Eddard Stark in that yard long before it came to this. He did none of those. He is dead. He will be avenged. I do not use that word lightly. I do not use it for vanity. I use it because it is a method. We will make the method thorough. Tyrion looked at the flap of the tent as if it might grow a mouth and laugh at them both. I will take the pass through the mountains, he said. I always liked listening to rocks fall, and if I fall with them, I will write you a letter on the way down telling you it was all very noble. Do, Tywin said. I will dictate a reply. Renly Baratheon came to Highgarden and found that the Tyrells had been waiting for a pageant to march into their court and call itself necessity. Mace Tyrell had softness in the jaw and steel in the eyes. He arranged them so a man saw one and forgot the other. Olenna sat, a small storm with a stick, and observed her grandson with a love that had never learned to keep its teeth hidden. Loras stood near, sunlight seeming to love him. He parried compliments as if they were a kind of sport and his blade required the practice. You will be king, Renly said to Mace, smiling his beautiful smile as if the word were a toast meant for everyone in the room. Grandfather, father of the queen, whatever title tastes best, you will be given it in a bowl made of your own pride. It's a fine bowl. It will hold. Mace liked bowls. He liked having them, and he liked filling them, and he liked watching other men watch him fill them. He stroked his beard and considered the maps that his steward had unrolled, as if they might tell him a secret if he made his fingers light enough. The Reach does not love war, he said, but it loves songs about it. Then we will give them new songs, Renly said. He turned to Loras and held the younger man's gaze in a way that made the heir remember it had uses beyond carrying words. You will ride beside me. We'll make a thing that looks inevitable and feels like relief. Olenna picked up a grape from a bowl at her elbow and turned it between finger and thumb, as if she preferred fruit to riddles because it doesn't talk. Stannis won't like it, she said cheerfully. That's a point in its favor. The Lord on his rock will write letters until his hand develops a personality of its own. Meanwhile, his island will continue to smell like the backside of a dragon, and fewer men will wish to go there. You'll have your banners if you promise me you won't make a fool of yourself. I would never, Renly said. He would. He often did. Loras smiled at something only he saw. On Dragonstone, the Red Woman came down a corridor with a light that found her even when torches pretended they wanted to show Stannis only to himself. Melisandre of Asshai had eyes that had learned how to make a thing into fate by looking at it long enough. She bowed where bows might make men comfortable and dispensed with them when they did not. The Lord of Light burns more brightly when lies are uncovered, she told Stannis without preamble. You have uncovered one. There is another. I am saturated with them, Stannis said dryly, a dryness from which most men would have brought water in buckets. You have told me of salt and smoke and a king's blood and of shadows that can be made to do a man's will if the man has no love for sleep thereafter. Tell me next that the stars speak. They whisper, Melisandre said, delighted not by his scorn but by his readiness to put scorn aside when it suited purpose. And the stone here listens. You must be crowned in fire. In law, Stannis said, and later, if the world insists, in fire. She smiled, as if the answer were one she had written for him earlier and did not mind him reading out of order. Her eyes went past him then to where Shireen's little clay dragon sat upon a shelf where a maid had put it as a jest. Melisandre's smile shifted, became almost a sadness. Children know before they know, she murmured. It is a mercy that they forget for a time. Sansa came to the yard that had never learned to smile and found that wind can be a teacher kinder than most. She had expected that walls would keep the wind out. She had not remembered that wind likes to slide over stone like a boy over ice. Davos stood with her for a time, telling her the names of ropes and which parts of a sail die first. Then he left her with Shireen, who showed her a corner where one could sit and feel the whole island under one's bones. "It hums," Shireen said. "When the tide is turning, it's different from when the tide is doing what it thinks it wants." "How can you tell?" Sansa asked, and then, hearing the softness of her own voice, lowered it further, as if the rock itself might be offended by sharpness. Shireen thought. "I don't know," she said candidly. "I've lived here since before I knew how to count to 5. My bones learned and then told my skin, and then my ears got jealous." Sansa smiled despite herself. "In the north, the snow squeaks when it's the true cold," she offered, and telling that made her throat tighten, because it was the first time she had said the north aloud since leaving it and not felt as if she would break. Arya did not sit. She made the yard learn her feet. She discovered that stone does not yield but will accept if asked correctly. She learned how much weight to put on a heel and when to trust the ball of a foot. Syrio had said, "Left," and she had gone left. Now the air said it too, not with words but with a shift that went through a shirt and into skin. When she fell without noise, and when she rose she did not dust herself as a lady would. She made the dust think it had chosen to leap from her. Cresson watched from a bench in the shade and pretended his eyes had needed to be there anyway. He had thought to give them chlorid of potassium and recipes for pastes to stop fire. He found himself giving them names for winds and the uses of pebbles. He thought of a letter he had written and given to no one, a letter in which he told a man he had watched grow into bitterness that there is more than justice in a world where men have babies with women and expect those babies to make the world better merely by arriving in it. He did not send the letter because he did not know whether it was true. In the Tower of the Hand, Ned received a second note, folded neatly with no seal. The hand was a neat woman's hand, and yet he smelled lemon and thought of Sansa, and then told himself sternly to read what was on the paper he had and not the paper he wanted. It was from Lord Stannis. 3 lines acknowledging the girls, 3 lines stating what would be done, 2 lines promising safe conveyance north when the river and the sea allowed and when such movement did not deliver them into Lannister hands. It said nothing about gratitude. It said nothing about regret. At the end, a smaller hand had added a line in an ink that had found a way to be cheerful. "The clay dragon says hello." He smiled. Tomard saw and looked away out of kindness. Varley looked and did not understand why a man should smile at a letter that spoke of dragons, clay or otherwise. The city took to its new king the way a cat takes to a blow, arching for a moment, making a noise, then smoothing as if nothing were different because everything was. Joffrey held audiences in which men praised him and prayed that in praising they would keep the boys' appetite sated. He ordered a fence repaired in the yard because the way it leaned offended him. The carpenter did it at once, and the fence became a thing that leaned once more the morning after. He made a man kneel for putting false coin into the market and then forgave him because Cersei did not wish the market to panic. He tried on a helm and did not like that it made his hair damp. He spoke with his mother in private and learned to lower his voice when speaking of pain. Cersei sat with Pycelle and asked after powders and after herbs that made the womb stubborn or slippery, because a woman with no husband must be careful which rumors she helps to conceive. She listened to intelligence about the Street of Silk and selected the brothel whose men had the most to lose. She would make them her ears and their buyers' mouths. She dismissed petitions with gloved hands and made men think she had touched them. Varys moved in the spaces between seeing and saying. He brought Ned a list of ships that had left in the night with cargo that had not been inspected because the men at that gate had been paid to remember that weather is a thing only gods can predict. He slipped a piece of news into Tomard's fist about a gold cloak who had been seen talking with a man who never went anywhere without 2 crimson threads sewn on the inside of his sleeve. He told Peter a joke about a fishwife that made Peter laugh in the wrong place so that Peter would think later about why and not notice the boy leaving his doorstep with a purse too heavy for his belt. In Riverrun's halls, Catelyn stood before her father's bed and listened to the old man breathe in that thin, rattling way bodies choose when they are on a road one cannot see in maps. Lord Hoster's eyes opened and found his daughter and filled with tears so quickly the lids looked like sails that had caught a contrary wind. "Tully," he said, as if asking whether he still was. "Daughter, I am here, she said, and she pressed his hand and felt the bird bones in it with a shock that went through more than fingers. I will bring you no more sorrow tonight. There is always more, he said, and then drifted, and then returned. And for a moment his eyes were sharp again, as if the river had thrown him back on shore to say one last necessary thing. The boy, the wolf boy, say he must not be proud, cat. Pride is expensive. I will tell him, she promised, and thought of a lad with auburn hair trying to make his mouth into a man's. Edmure came in red from an argument and redder when he saw his sister's calm. They burn, he said without greeting. They burn the villages along the Red Fork, and I do not have men like father had to make those fires ashamed to show themselves. Lord Blackwood will come. He says there is honor in it. Lord Bracken plays at being necessary while he counts which way the wind turns under his own roof. We will not abandon them, Caitlin said. Do you have a pocket for the Riverlands?
Edmure demanded.
Do you have a hand that will reach across to Tywin and push his sword back into its scabbard? I will go, he said, and his jaw set and made a promise that could either hold a bridge or be dashed to pieces by it. I will hold the ford or I will make it cost them. You will live, Caitlin said, because sometimes a sister must pretend she is a mother again to get the words out. At the twins, Lord Walder counted his children again because he liked to remind himself of his abundance, like a man who charms himself by staring into his own pantry. The wolf comes, he said to a sixth daughter whose name he did not need to remember because he had learned to keep his mind for more interesting hordes. Shall I set the hounds? His smile showed a famine of teeth.
No.
I will set a table. Tables take better payments. When Robb came there, the smell of the moat was a thing that lived in a man's hair for a night and made men swear off dreams. The old lord had chairs set too high and made guests climb to reach them. Caitlin arrived in time to take the old spider's measure with a look and a silence. The terms spread out on the boards like bones arranged to look like a man. Your son will be wed, your daughter will be wed, your men will march first. I will be called friendly in songs I compose myself. Robb said yes to things whose shape he did not yet like, because no man can cross a river with a sword in one hand and his pride in the other if he hopes to keep both. Back at King's Landing, Ned dreamed of the gods would snow, and the dream turned into white ash that tasted sour when he breathed it, and he woke and realized it was only the day and not yet the fire he feared. He opened his shutter and watched the slope of the city bleed light toward the river. He put his hand upon ice to remind it and himself what they were for. He made the mistake of counting the days aloud and stopped because numbers told truths that hearts do not like to know in words. In the morning, Janos Slint came with a new coat that fit him poorly because it had been made for a slightly more honest man. He stood just inside the door with the confidence of one who believes protection is a thing you can put on and fasten. Lord Stark, he said, the Queen requires that you keep to your rooms until the council meets in 2 hours' time. There have been disturbances, nothing the Watch cannot quell. Men with ideas forget themselves. We remind them. What men? Ned asked without moving. Men from Flea Bottom who thought a king's purse must always have one more copper left in it for them, Slint said. Men from the hill who imagined they could pray loud enough to move a crown from one head to another. Men who have axes in their sheds and like the feel of them. Men, he finished, as if giving up on the species. Then pay them, Ned said, or give them something to carry besides their anger. Slint shrugged. We gave them to the dungeons. It is the same, cheaper in the end. Cheaper for whom? Ned asked the heir when Slint had gone. Tomard was already shaking his head. The council met. The table laid itself like a battlefield. Cersei announced levies and taxes and the seizure of shipments that belonged to men in the Vale who had thought their ships would not be counted because their letters were full of eagles. Peter murmured about expedience. The word sat on his tongue like a sweet. Varys suggested mercy with the voice of one who knows mercy is too expensive for men whose purses have grown thin with fear. Pycelle advised prayer and a poultice. No one asked for details. Ned said, Men from the Riverlands will soon be dying under your banners if you do not remember that Tywin Lannister has a longer tether than you like to think. Cersei's eyes lit with unhappiness. Lord Tywin is thorough, she conceded. He does not always need to be told what the city would like to happen. He prefers to show the city what will happen and allow it to pretend it chose it. Then let the city choose something he does not enjoy, Ned said. Call the banners of the Crownlands. Put men at Rosby and Duskendale who are not beholden to a lion's table. Send for the ships at Driftmark. Let the city see that the law is not a thing that merely sits in a chair but walks. Cersei smiled. Men do not like law that walks. It treads on their small gardens. Better their gardens than their throats, Ned replied. Throats are sometimes improved by pressure, she said sweetly. Varys blinked slowly and thought of a ship in the gullet that had not yet caught the right wind. Peter twitched a finger and thought of a loan he would force later upon a lord too frightened to do anything but sign. Cersei raised the matter of Eddard's seal, again, as if repetition could wear his stubbornness smooth. He did not give it. She did not press in that room. She would press elsewhere. She dismissed them with a kind word that left stains. That night, Barristan Selmy came to the postern near the Fisherman's Gate because a man had told him in market voice where a boat would be. He wore plain brown and a face that looked like a story that has not yet been decided. He carried his white cloak folded as carefully as a shroud. The man in the hat who had lost an argument with Son years ago looked over him and said, "You're late." Barristan said, "I am old," and got into the boat. They took him around the headland and across water that has borne too many vows. He came to Dragonstone without fanfare, which he preferred. He knelt to Stannis not because Stannis warmed him, but because law and oath had not finished their business with him and he wished to finish theirs. Stannis said, "Rise," as if granting such rises hurt him, and then put the old knight's sword where the table wanted men to look at it and remember themselves. Cresson saw Barristan and gave him bread with his own hand. He has always believed that bread given by a maester has a different taste, and perhaps he is right. Melisandre watched Barristan as a cat watches an old hound, with respect for its teeth and a hunger for its place by the fire. Celis disapproved of the way Barristan had come, which was to say she disapproved of any course that had not first been explained to her in the language of her preferences. Davos nodded to the old knight, and Barristan nodded back, and between them 60 years of war and weather made a brief, grateful peace. On the third day after the crowning, word came to King's Landing that Tywin had crossed the Red Fork below the Golden Tooth and left a strip of earth behind him that would not be green again soon. On the fourth, word came that a host in the north had crossed the Green Fork at the Twins and gone like a dark ribbon into the cloth of the south. On the fifth, a raven struck the Red Keep's roof and broke its neck senselessly, as if it had flown into a fate even a bird could not evade. Cersei took that as an omen that pleased her. She called for Slynt and for Meryn and for Mandon and for a quiet man who had never before been in a chamber where silk touched the walls. She told them that men would attempt something because men always do. She told them they were not to be surprised. Surprise is a luxury. She told them to cut but clean. Ned felt the mood change the way a horse feels a storm 3 hills away. He told Tomard, "We will have visitors." He tightened the binding on his leg because pain is honest and does not betray like men do. He tied a kerchief around his arm, a small domestic gesture that made him think of a morning years ago when Catelyn had laughed before telling him he had put the knot poorly, and she would fix it later, and then she had kissed him with a patience he feared he would never deserve again. The visitors came not when dawn was brave, nor when dusk had the courage of its own shadows. They came in the late afternoon, when light is tired and men tell themselves their errands can wait until tomorrow. Slynt came with 6, Meryn with 2 in white, Mandon with nothing on his face. They did not make their boots loud. "Lord Stark," Slynt said, almost respectfully. "Shall I offer you a chair, Lord Slynt?" Ned asked, and in the simple word Lord he made the man swallow. "No," Slynt said. "You will come with us at once. The Queen demands your presence." "The Queen has had my presence until I find myself depleted by it," Ned said, rising anyway. Tomard had a hand on Ice's scabbard, and Ned shook his head by a hair. "Very well." They put hands on him, which he did not like, but he did not make a thing of it, because if he did they would make knife of it. On the stairs a maid dropped a basin and the water went everywhere, as if remembering how glad it was to be free of any purpose. Mandan Moore's sword bumped Ned's shoulder and apologized to nothing. They took him down the long gallery where the kings of the rock looked down with stone eyes into which the mason had privately carved disdain. They did not take him to the throne room. They took him to a little solar off the queen's private chambers, a place where light made men less certain of themselves because it came sideways and did not illuminate their titles. Cersei stood with a goblet, which she did not drink from. She liked the look of it in her hand. Joffrey was not there. Pycelle was, and served as a smell of old wool and ointments when no other scent would do. "You are to confess," Cersei said, as if they had never had any other conversation, and she had forgiven him his practice with words. "The sept was a stage you should not have taken. You will now say the right words in the right order, and then you may be sent away like a story men have grown tired of hearing. Your girls, my daughters, will be safe," Ned said. He did not let it be a question. "Until you make them unsafe by obstinacy," Cersei said. She was bored with threats. They felt childish to her now. On another day she would have enjoyed their sweetness. Today the taste did not amuse her. "Kneel." Ned did not. "You will have war either way," he told her calmly. "Threaten me with a better thing." "Your life," Cersei said. "It is not a better thing," Ned answered. "Men need law more than they need Eddard Stark. You are asking the wrong man to be selfish." She laughed lightly, as one does at a child who says he will hold his breath until a dragon acts like a horse. "Then you are a fool," she said. "We will make sure the songs note it." She tilted her head. "Mandan." Ser Mandan stepped forward without expression, and his sword lifted in a movement so economical it made men realize how much waste they have in their days when they drink and talk and walk with their hands resting on their bellies. "His hands," Cersei said, almost lazily, as if reading a menu. "The right, at least. He swings the great sword in the north. Let him learn to admire it as art and not as instrument." Tomard moved then, because a man can watch a river flood in his mind only so long before he throws his body at it, feudal or not. Meryn Trant's sword came up as if it were gossip and Tomard a reputation it liked ruining. Ned took a step that turned his leg to bright wire, put his shoulder into the man nearest, and knocked him sideways into a stand of candles that had been placed too near Silk an hour ago by a maid whose love had made her inattentive. Fire does not care about guilt. Took the silk because silk makes a pretty flame. Light leapt with sudden joy along a seam and up a fold. Pycelle shrieked a word in High Valyrian that meant nothing to anyone. Slint swore in a tongue the city had taught him and lost a moment to a man's old fear of light turning dangerous. Cersei took a single step back, as if to say that fire could be served also, and waited for men to do their work while she chose her expression. Mandan's eyes did not change. He lifted his sword a little higher. There are days when the world decides to be farce for an instant to see if anyone will laugh. The door opened and a boy of 12 staggered in with a tray of bread and 2 copper cups, face pale because the heat had decided to live in that room suddenly. He had been sent with the wrong thing to the wrong place because a steward's apprentice had confused what had been asked and what he had heard. He did not scream when the fire touched his wrist. He dropped the tray and it clanged and the sound told a guard outside. Something is wrong in there. The guard opened the door because he had not been told otherwise. Air entered like a guest too eager, made heat its proof, and threw the flame along the curtain to the left. For 2 breaths, everyone watched it as if it were a performance with tickets. Then Slint shouted, "Water!" as if the word would make it appear. Ned stepped to the one piece of furniture that had no silk near it, a heavy table, and put his weight against it. He did not aim to crush anyone. He aimed to make a demonstration of motion. The table went over with the long melancholy sound that only oak can make when it has been deprived of its dignity, and in going over it knocked Mandan's shoulder just enough to miss. The white sword nicked Ned's sleeve and tasted skin and hair without getting mouthful. Tomard took Meryn's wrist and twisted it in the unlovely way men who have fought next to barrels learn to do, making a small tearing sound appear in the other man's throat. Cersei's eyes narrowed because she did not like improvisation in rooms where she stood. "Stop," she said, and meant it not as a plea but as the word one uses to a horse. Slint heard it and remembered his purchases and wondered which coin had been heavier after all. He put his hand on Mandan's sword arm, not tugging, merely stating something an arm might believe. Mandan stopped because being asked suits certain sorts. The fire went out quickly. Silk gives a short, lovely show and then disappears into char and smell. The boy with the tray had fled. Ned was glad without knowing why. He felt blood in his sleeve now, the slow warmth that is the body's patient work. He sat down because sitting was either dignity or necessity, and in that moment it was both. Cersei's mouth flattened not out of anger, but because she had intended a sentence that would have turned into a story told at tables, and now the sentence had been interrupted by a badly trained verb. "Another time," she said coldly. "I am not petty. I am not merciful either. Do not mistake me. I am merely busy." "Busy men make mistakes," Ned said, a little breathless. "We will see who counts them," she said. "Take him back to his tower. Put 24 men on the door. Change them every 2 hours. I am tired of hearing about loyalty like a poem. I will have obedience like an inventory." Mandan lifted his sword again a fraction as if it did not like being denied its occupation. Cersei did not look at him. She held his blade at bay with the simple absence of attention. They set Ned back on his feet and led him out. In the corridor the stone remembered fire for a while and then chose to forget it so as not to make future fires jealous. Tomard walked with a hand half out, ready to be a wall if the old wound made the ground tilt. Ned did not lean. He was tired of leaning on things other men could move. On Dragonstone, winds changed. The sea took a mood and decided to remind small boats that they were small. In the great hall, Stannis held a council. Council held him. Davos spoke when it was not required and was forgiven. Barristan offered advice in a voice that didn't make men feel smaller for being asked to listen to it. Melisandre spoke seldom and made men think afterward that she had spoken more than they remembered. Cresson argued once and lost. Then he went to his books and began to write a poison into them. Not for a body but for a mind that had begun to forget what law tasted like when eaten without spice. Arya found the kitchen at midnight and stole an apple as if she were already someone else. The cook saw and made a show of looking away because men who think themselves generous enjoy thinking it. Sansa slept, and for the first time since leaving the city did not dream of hands. The sound of the wind in the dragon mouths foolishly persuaded her that dragons could be honest in sleep even if they were not in waking. Shireen sat with a candle and read a book with ciphers in the margins. She liked the way secrets behave when kept by ink. Renly raised 10,000 men in green and gilded them with promises. He practiced being king by making his hand heavy on the shoulders of men who wanted to feel it and light on the purses of men who did not. He sent a letter to King's Landing written in language that could have been folded into flowers and dropped from a balcony. Cersei read it and laughed delicately and put it under a dish of fruit because she liked the look of letters when they made themselves useful to something that had taste. Robb crossed into the river country with a wolf's patience and a boy's speed. He set scouts like teeth. He slept little and learned to ride the way a man rides when he suddenly understands that the motion of his own body can decide what happens to 1,000 others. Theon called him brother and meant it and did not mean it. Great John broke a spear and laughed and turned the broken piece into a joke the way northern men have always made toys out of danger. Roose Bolton said, "We will make them bleed quietly," and men who heard him forgot that blood makes noise. At the crossroads, a woman sat with her back to the wall and thought of all the roads that do not come to crossroads because life is unambitious and has only one path for certain sorts. She told a story to a girl about a lady who put on a boy's clothes and fell in with a company of fools and learned by stages that fools are honest because they have nothing to hide and therefore make poor conspirators. The girl laughed only in her eyes because she could not afford laughter in her mouth. A man in a black cloak with a badge shaped like death's own patience watched her and decided he would not take this one. Not yet, Ned wrote. He wrote to Robb with fewer words than a father wishes to use and more than a general should. He wrote to Catelyn and said nothing about pain and everything about patience. He wrote to Stannis and used the word honor because he refused to let that word be stolen from him by men who used it as perfume. He did not write to Sansa and Arya. The sea did not receive letters, and he would not trust even Davos with the paper that would carry his heart in ink. On the 6th day, a boy in the yard of the Red Keep tripped and fell hard and knocked his teeth into his lip. He whimpered and then grinned red. Joffrey watched from above and asked his mother whether pain was always such an untidy business. Cersei told him that it could be arranged to look like pageantry if enough men were paid and a good cloth chosen. He smiled and asked for a new cloth. On the 7th, smoke rose thicker from the west. Pigeons became confused and flew into houses and were caught and eaten and then praised for their charity. The price of onions tripled. The men of the city watch looked at each other's boots more often. When men look at each other's boots, war has begun. The bells did not ring yet. They waited. They held themselves like metal. The smith has not decided whether to strike again. Far away, on a road of broken shale that slides under hooves and makes men curse gods that did not make it, Tyrion Lannister laughed at something Bronn said and then stopped laughing because a stone has no opinion of your jokes. He thought of his sister and of his father and of a brother he would never again abuse with affection. He thought of a girl with eyes that had not been taught to measure men's worth by height, and told himself another story to keep the one about falling from making itself the only one. At Dragonstone, Cresson brewed a draught that pretended not to be what it was. He brought it to a table where men had been invited to eat even though there was no appetite among them. He offered it to a woman whose eyes delighted in lights stronger than candles. She took the cup and drank a sip and smiled at him with gratefulness that was perhaps genuine. He had not expected to be loved and did not expect to be forgiven. He drank from the cup himself because he had made something in which the symmetry of death seemed a rightness he would not deny. He fell. She did not. Later, Davos would say, it was a choice, because he preferred to name it that rather than call it failure and live with its stain. And Sansa, on the wall that smelled of salt and weed and 1,000 storms, learned to let the sea take the sound out of her thoughts and return only the ones she needed. Arya found a piece of rope and learned to climb with her legs and not only her hands. Shireen told the clay dragon a name and then told no one, because some names must be kept quiet until the world understands what they mean. Ned slept poorly and yet woke with a clarity that hurt. The day would come, the day that made pretending one sort of courage into another sort. He looked at ice and thought that law is a blade that must be applied to the neck of one's own comfort first. He set his jaw in a way that once made Catelyn shake her head and kiss it to loosen it, and now made his men stand up a little straighter when they came in to see what the old wolf wanted. "Bring me parchment," he said to Varley, whose hands liked the tasks of kitchens better than the tasks of kings and yet had learned both. Tomard, pick 4. Not men with bright swords. Men with eyes that have seen storms and only told their wives about the lightning and not the thunder. We go to the September. Not the throne room? Tomard asked because he had learned that repeating instructions makes them sit more firm. The Sept, Ned said. Men are more careful there of the lies they tell. They make them shorter. They went, and on their way the city moved around them like a big cat, slow and silky and disinterested unless twitched. The Sept was cool as milk when they entered. The statues looked down without accusation. Ned knelt because the habit of that gesture in such a place had been taught into his bones in another wood. He did not ask for outcome, he asked for heart. When he rose, his face was not different. He merely had the look of one who had set his weight to lift a thing and would not be surprised if it did not move. Outside, the sky had chosen to be honest blue again, the way it sometimes does on days men have decided to make ugly. Bells did not ring. A child ran with a stick. 2 women argued over a price that had already been decided. A man in Lannister red walked past with his look fixed upon a place far ahead. He had learned already that if he met eyes he would soon have to put a hand to his sword. "Stannis will come," Ned said softly. Tomard grunted. "And the lions will grind their teeth." "I like that sound." "Do you?" Ned asked. "Sometimes it is a mill behind which the flour is men." Tomard scratched his jaw. "You've a way of making breakfast unpleasant, my lord." "Breakfast did not hire me to tell its stories," Ned said. He smiled a little. Felt odd and right, like holding a child after holding a sword too long. The day stretched. At its far end, men would bleed. In its middle, they ate and told themselves they were not afraid. A raven flew from the east and skimmed the sea at the gullet because it preferred the air that gets its taste from water. It passed over a ship with sails patched and discipline aboard, and over a smaller boat that ran nets and had a man in it who hummed a tune about a girl with red hair and a taste for apricots. Saw land and did not care. It went on. The raven found its heir over the city and took it as if it had paid for the right. Ned stood with his hands on the sill and let the morning fall on his knuckles. The stone had warmed too quickly for his taste. He liked his walls to take their time. Tomard told him a jest about a mason who had fallen asleep on a scaffold and been woken by a gull. The gull had understood better than the man how far he was from the ground. Ned smiled and did not remember the last time he had. By afternoon, the keep had put on its listening face. Servants went about as if they were deciding whether to remember the way their feet had always learned the turns. Men in white passed doors 2 at a time and did not look left or right. Janos Slint stamped the dust from his boots near the Tower of the Hand and told a watchman there to wipe the nose of a statue that had collected more pigeon than respect. The watchman went to do it and in going left his post long enough to permit a rat to become a rumor. Varus materialized with the sun on his sleeves as if light liked him. He inclined his head. "Something is afoot," he reported gently, as if this were a piece of gossip about a lord's mistress rather than a net thrown over children. "What?" Ned asked. "The queen has made a purchase," Varus said. "She has asked the watch to return what they think belongs to the crown. Their obedience is an item she has acquired in bulk this morning. If you wish to keep your property, Lord Stark, you must send men to the maiden vault before men with more expensive boots interrupt them." He did not move, but the air around him seemed to make way for haste. Ned made no show of surprise because he was old enough to know that surprise does not help men climb stairs. "Tomard," he said, and the name was a lift of the shoulder. "Varley, 7 of ours. No more. The smaller the hand, the quieter the knife." "Quiet knife, then," Tomard grunted. Ned reached for the harness and ice and then stopped his own hand. A man with a great sword in a castle corridor is a statement men will feel obliged to answer. He took instead the shorter blade that had not been asked to carry law in public. He moved with his men through turns that had learned his step and then forgotten it. The smell near the vault was old plaster and candle smoke and a sweetness that did not belong. Someone had spilled syrup and men had tried to hide it with water. At the last corner, Varus touched Ned's sleeve to keep impatient feet from discovering their own betrayal. The eunuch's head tilted the way a listening bird's does. "There," he breathed. "Listen harder." If one leaned not to the ear but to the skin, one could feel the air pulse as boots tried to make no sound and failed because men's weight tells on them. Tomard held up 3 fingers. They were not pretty fingers. He moved first because that was his way. He liked being the first thing an enemy saw when the enemy had thought himself cunning. The men in crimson came round the bend confidently and were surprised to find their surprise anticipated. One died without discovering what he had meant to say when he got to the door. The next flung his weight at Tomard and met the wall. Walls like the Red Keep, but they do not love men in red, not today. "Hold them," Ned said. "Do not kill what you do not have to." He did not wish to paint that passage. Paint is expensive and blood never does what you ask of it. The maiden vault door had 2 of Ned's men at it and a third with his shirt untucked and a smear of blood at his hairline where a man had told him he was in the way. "All well?" Ned asked, which was a foolish question a man still asks because it is a way of saying I need you to be. 2 asleep, the guard said, meaning 2 Lannister men had been made to sleep and might wake later with opinions. "Inside," he added, and the word held apology. Inside, the chamber had 1 window wide enough for light to discover its manners, not wide enough for a body. Myrcella stood like a child who has realized an afternoon can become a trial. Tommen sat on the bench and watched his own knuckles as if they had become men who must be made to obey. 6 of the gold cloaks were in that room, more than had been asked for, and they had a man in white with them. Ser Ares Oakhart, face pale and uncertain. his hand in his hair as if trying to find a decision in it. Behind the children, Septa Eglantine held her breath in the stiff way of women who have taught boys since boyhood and never thought they would be asked to teach them how to be brave. "This is not well," Ned said. The calm in his voice was not a courtesy but a tool. Slint himself pushed forward, too big for the space, his satisfaction a shape. "The king's children," he announced, as if a spell could be made of naming, as if saying a thing loudly enough would make it belong to the mouth that said it. "My orders are to return them to their mother." "Your orders," Ned said, "are a purchase, and men know when they are being sold." He looked past Slint to Ares.
Sir.
"You will remember who your cloak belongs to. I do not ask you to betray it. I ask you not to betray yourself." Oakhart's eyes flickered to the children and then back. He used both hands to bind his hair at the nape as if that minor order would call the larger one. "I am to protect the royal children," he said. "You are to protect children," Ned answered. "Who has put a crown in that sentence is not your concern today. Your concern is whether children are safer where a mother can use them as coin, or where the law must keep them from her until the law is settled." Marcella took Tommen's hand. The little boy swallowed. "I want to go with mother," he said, and the half-whisper made something old and helpless move behind Ned's ribs. "She will be sad without us. She will be sad whether you are there or not," Septa Eglantine said softly, not unkindly. "Sadness is a place. A queen can dwell in it and still eat stew." Ned put no weight on the children's wishes. It was a cruelty he accepted. "Ser Ares," he said, and the name turned the young knight's attention again, because names have always been more reliable than most orders. "If you raise your sword, you will begin a thing that cannot be ended in this room. And if you lower it, you may still begin another thing, but it will not be murder." Ares's jaw worked. The white cloak on his shoulder looked heavier than it had when he put it on. He let his hand fall. Slint's face changed, not by much, but enough to show where the purchase had rubbed. "Take them," he snapped to his men, though the order was less confident than it had been. He had chosen to be the sort of man who continues through losing choices. It is a sort that often survives in cities. They came forward. Ned's men stood. The first contact of hand upon forearm was small and might have been courteous in a different room. In this one it was a decision. A gold cloak tried to take Tommen by the elbow with a soldier's gentleness. Tommen began to cry, quietly, with anger for being a boy who could not stop himself. Marcella squared her little shoulders and did not cry because she had decided it would not help. If there had been time to talk, perhaps more could have been made of it. There was not. One of Slint's men decided that if persuasion might fail, force would not. He reached for Marcella's arm as one would grab a sack sliding off a cart. Tommerd struck his hand away and the man struck back, and then the room forgot how to negotiate. Steel does not listen when talk begins to need a sword to make itself understood. It was quick, the sort of quick that leaves men with the taste of copper afterwards when they try to eat. One of Ned's men would not let go of a man who had put fingers on the girl. In the struggle, the man's head struck the corner of the bench, and then there was sticky brown, and the man made the sound men make when a piece of their life has decided to leave them. Ser Ares stepped between Tommen and a point and took it in his sleeve to make himself remember what choosing had cost him. Slint cursed not because he cared for anyone in that room, but because this would not be told to his satisfaction later. "Enough," Ned said, and the word had force because he had rarely wasted it on smaller ends. He put his hand on the pommel of his smaller sword and did not draw it. The threat lay in his hand, not the blade. "Ser Ares, you will escort the children to the White Sword Tower. They will be placed under the protection of the King's Guard, not the Queen, not the hand. If any man puts hand upon them without the white cloak's leave, the hand comes away without its owner. Janos Slint, you will station men at the door and none inside. If you defy me again, I will hang you for sowing riot in the Red Keep, and I will not be alone in the room when it is decided." Slint's mouth opened and closed. The calculation in his eyes altered a little because this offered him a shield to hide behind later and say he had been stout. "Very well," he said, and spat to show a man ought not say very well too easily. "The watch keeps order. The law keeps it," Ned said. The watch attends it. Ares bowed, a movement with more spine in it than it had possessed a moment before. He went to Tommen and got the boy to stand without using force, which is an art many men never learn. Myrcella took her brother's hand again. Ares took their other sides. They went out into a corridor whose stone pretended not to feel the blood it had learned the feel of. Septa Eglantine bobbed. Her mouth worked as if she wished to say something about prayer and about the uses of suffering in making children humble. She said nothing. When she had followed them, Tomard rubbed his forehead with the base of his palm, the way men do who wish to push a bad thought back inside. "That won't last," he muttered. "No," Ned said. "But for an hour it might, and sometimes an hour is all a man needs to make a difference between disaster and disaster with a door on it." He looked at Varys. "Thank you." Varys's hands fluttered once. A man embarrassed by genuine gratitude, as if it were a kiss he had not invited and would not refuse. "If the realm cannot be served, I can at least be entertained," he murmured. But his eyes had satisfaction in them, the way a man's do when he has prevented a child's hand from being crushed in a door. Cersei learned what had been done before her own men brought her the story. She had the look of a woman to whom a dish had been sent back to the kitchen with a remark. "Tea. Oh, the White Sword Tower," she said, head canted. "He thinks to put me at a disadvantage by making it treason to seize them. It is not treason to breathe in this city if you breathe the way they prefer," Lancel said dutifully, not understanding his own cleverness. She smiled at him because he was pretty and loyal and not very bright, and they were qualities she could use while she decided which ones she wished to punish later. "Ser Boros is not treason," she remarked. "He is merely stupid. Send Mandan. Send Trant. Send Janos Slint's best liar. We will ask the White Cloaks whether protecting children means from their mother. And if Eddard Stark means to make the Kingsguard choose between me and him, let us give them something to choose for." She looked out the window at the bay, where galleys came and went as if the world had not changed. "Find me a ship," she told Pycelle later. "Not large. Quiet. Then find out whether Dragonstone has remembered it is a rock and not a throne." In the White Sword Tower, Barristan Selmy would have been there to decide such questions. He was not there. The men that remained had never been asked to be more than what the cloak looked like. Ser Meryn Trant looked to Ser Boros, who looked to Ser Mandan, who looked at the wall and found no instruction. Ser Ares looked at the children. "The Lord Protector commanded," he said, the words tasting fearful and sweet in his mouth like wine a man should not be drinking and cannot afford not to. "Here they will be safe." Meryn shrugged with contempt for safety that did not come with permission. "The queen will be obeyed," he said. "Else the king will be offended." "You do not know the name of the king," Ares said again, softer, almost to himself. Mandan Moore said nothing. After a moment he sheathed his sword, and the others, embarrassed by the absence of a cue for courage, sheathed theirs. Tommen sniffed and swallowed and fixed his mouth the way he had seen men fix theirs and sit in chairs while being told things they did not like. Myrcella wiped his nose with her own sleeve when the Septa pretended not to see. On Dragonstone, the wind poured itself into the dragon mouths and made a low music that might have been contentment or warning. Davos stood on the strand and looked at a line of ships and named them not by their christened names but by their faults. "That one lists because her ballast is pig-headed," he observed. "That one is too proud in the stern. That one'll take a wave in the teeth and turn it into a prayer that doesn't get answered." Beside him, Salador San wrapped his Lysine smile around his own profits and let it show only as much as Davos liked him to. "You want me to take 2 girls north," San said, and his accent gave the words a lazy glitter. "You want me to go where there are rocks that walk at night to chew ships, and men who think fire is a decoration and not a hazard. You want me to do it for—" He weighed the purse in his hand with proprietary affection. "Less than an insult. Fortunately for you, Davos Seaworth, I have a taste for pretty risks. The girls are pretty. The risk, I mean, if we are boarded, do they have any trick for turning men into honest coin?" "They are stark," Davos said. "They turn men into better than coin when they can, and into dead men when they must. Much like you, old friend." San laughed, true enough that men on the far end of the strand looked up as if music had come from nowhere. "I will take them to White Harbor," he agreed. "Lord Merman likes to be thought a patron of the delicate. He has good bread and slow knives. He will take them into his fatness and pretend he did it for free. I will tell him I want payment for running into his harbor. He will pretend I am joking. I will pretend I am not. The world will turn." Davos's sons worked among the lines, bare-armed, quiet in the way sons are when they are watched by a father who is not watching them as a steward watches men, but as a man watches himself across years. Devon brought water to Arya and Sansa and made his bow. Shireen peered from behind a pillar and then stepped into view because she wanted to be brave and knew the only way to do that is to behave as if one already is. "You will like Lord Manderley," Shireen told Sansa in the cheerful tone of a girl, delivering a secret she has been given permission to share. "He pretends to be kind and then is. And he has a cook who can make little swallow nests out of pastry and put inside them a custard that tastes like being forgiven." Sansa smiled and found she could believe in pastry as a future. Arya tugged at the end of a rope because it looked as if it needed tugging. Salador-san bowed to them, flourish and irreverence in the same movement. "My little ladies," he said, hands to his heart as if he had several. "On my ship there is nothing that makes a man sick except conscience. Do not cultivate one until after we have sighted White Harbor." Celis Florent arrived with shawls as if modesty were more effective against wind than wool. "You will be accompanied by good women," she announced, "lest anyone think you have been corrupted by—" She gestured to the whole pier. "All this." Her mouth turned down at the corners, as if gravity had singled out her disapproval for special treatment. Melisandre stood beside her, unruffled, and looked at the sea the way one looks at a beast one means to teach tricks to later. "We will return them to the north when it is time," Stannis told Davos, as if the time belonged to him and would be housebroken when it arrived. "Meanwhile their use is to be safe. Remind the Lyseni that if he loses them in a storm I will find him in whatever bed he sleeps and deprive him of sleep thereafter forever." "I am a good swimmer," Salador said diplomatically. Barristan Selmy stood with his hands linked and watched Arya skip lightly from stone to deck with a strength that had learned something from men who had meant her well. He had sworn his strength to kings who had wasted it. It pleased him to see a child find hers without a crown's permission. He bent his head to Sansa when she passed, and she gave him the sort of curtsy that has nothing to do with all the practice girls are made to do in front of mirrors and everything to do with being grateful to see a man whose face belonged to a story that had not become a lie yet. He felt it in his chest like a cold, clean breath. "Gods keep you," he said simply. "And you," Sansa replied, and for once the words did not ring like something copied from a sept book. The ship put off in the late morning, when the wind promised to be honest until dusk. Davos stood with his hand on the rail until the sails had learned their shape and the course was set. He would have gone with them if Stannis had not needed an eye that read other waters. Duty is the thing men put between themselves and what they want so that wanting cannot make them contemptible. The sea took the ship into the gullet. A school of small silver fish turned at once to become a thought in water. A cloud shadow passed and was persuaded to move along. The oars dipped and returned like parishioners genuflecting. Salador-san stood with his feet planted, spread just so, and watched his crew with the reliable vanity of a man who does not care whether men know he loves them. On land, ravens went in opposite directions in equal determination. One brought word to Dragonstone of a riot at the Hook where fishermen had decided to teach a man from the Street of Silk how to price mackerel like a penitent. Another flew past the Red Keep and then, unable to resist the smell from the Street of Flour, dipped and allowed a child to toss it a crumb. It turned, fed, forgot its errand for a heartbeat, remembered, and went on. Ned found himself summoned to the small hall near the sept where queens do not pretend humility and men stop pretending to trust one another. Cersei had called a council of men who had learned to call themselves that even when no man there had the courage to say no to her. Pycelle arranged his beard like a net and hoped to catch forgiveness in it. Peter Baelish leaned on his elbow in a way that suggested relaxation and masked a body's perpetual readiness to spring away. Varys folded his hands as if about to say grace. Slint stood at the wall with an expression learned from tiles. "Lord Protector," Cersei said with sugar that had a grain of sand in it, "you have moved my children as if they were pieces on a board. You do this without the board's permission." "I do it because pieces with legs often prefer to be moved in rooms where there is less noise," Ned said. "We will make our noise here, Your Grace. Not there." She flashed a smile that might have charmed a boy 3 years ago. "How good you are," she purred. "How proper. So very proper, Lord Stark. You will die of it, you know. I should like you to die of it slowly, for once. It might make a change." "I will die of many things," Ned said. "I choose them when I can." "Choose this," Cersei said, abruptly weary of elegance. "Confess treason, name my son king, and go home. The city will breathe easier when you have gone. Your name will become a thing children are given when mothers wish sons to look solemn. Your grandchildren will believe that kneeling makes a man a good grandfather. I will have the quiet I desire. The realm will have the quiet it deserves. Stannis will write letters until his hand falls off. Renly will drape himself in green until the moths become more loyal than his men. My father will deal with the riverlands as one deals with brambles. You may sit by your weirwood and pretend that summer is long." Ned touched the place on his sleeve where the letter lay against his arm. A cool reality. "You do not need my confession to do any of those things," he said. "You need it only to permit yourself to believe your own lies." She took only a second to hate him. Then she smiled because she preferred games to fury. "We will do this publicly," she decided. "In Baelor's September. You like that place? We will set you in the middle of it and see whether its cool makes your blood behave. You will kneel there and you will say the words and the crowd will cheer as it always does because it likes to be fed. If you do not, the crowd will cheer anyway, but for different reasons. Do not do this," Varys said softly into the space where caution can sometimes be made brave by timing. "Your Grace. It will make him a martyr to men who have longed for one. Martyrs make poor company. They are too busy being useful to their enemies." Cersei looked at Varys with a pity that was almost flattering. "Honesty becomes you as much as perfume does," she said. "But we will proceed. This city has been hungry for spectacle in the right shape. It has had too much ugly lately. Let us give it a handsome piece of penance." "Men will die," Ned said. "Men always do," she answered calmly. "Let us see that we profit by it." He went back to his rooms with Tomard and the feeling that the corridors themselves had made up their minds. On the stair, a boy brushed past with a bucket of sand for a hearth. He made his apology quick and real. Ned almost put a hand on the boy's head and did not, because the world makes too much meaning of such a gesture in days like these, and the boy might be knifed tomorrow for being seen to have been favored. Tomard closed the door and crossed his arms. "Will you kneel?" Ned did not answer at once. He sat and put his hand on the table, palm down. The wood was warm. Everything in this city seems to have been touched by heat. "I will speak as I spoke," he said. "I will kneel to law. I will not to a lie. If she kills me for it, then perhaps men who still remember being men will decide they have had enough of watching pride make decisions for them." Tomard grunted. "I dislike that plan." "Make me a better," Ned invited. "Hire the city," Tomard said. "Pay them more than she has. Pay them less but pay more of them. Make a rope of men and strangle the lie with it. It is what the South respects." Ned rubbed the scar on his leg where it told him always what the price of one street had been. "I have paid for too many men since I came here," he said. "I find I do not believe in them when they have been bought." "You believe in them even then," Tomard said stubbornly. "Just not the way you want to." Night slid over the Red Keep like oil. Lamps were lit with a reluctance that had more to do with fear than cost. Peter Baelish entertained 2 nights of Indifferent House with jokes that required very little of their understanding and much of their appetite. When they laughed, he made a note to remember that men who laugh at the second joke with the same eyes are fit to be made into dice. Varys spoke quietly to a woman who had once been a laundress and now was a seamstress in the Tower of the Hand, and was being considered for something more official because her ears were pretty. Pycelle fell asleep and dreamed of being young. He drooled and woke and prayed and felt clean. In the yard beneath Ned's window, a few sword strokes sounded, and then ceased, the sound of a man practicing not to die. He leaned his brow against the cool where the night had begun to persuade the stone to give back what it had taken. He thought of Caitlin and how she would tie a cloak ribbon and in doing so draw him down to kiss him and then set him away with hands that were firm and kind. He thought of Rob, who had a man's jaw and a boy's patience and would soon have to choose which to keep. He thought of a girl in a boat who may have been laughing at something a pirate had said about conscience, and of another girl who had decided that she would dance until the ground itself acknowledged her. The morning came hard and early, as if it had been whipped. Men gathered without needing to be told where to put themselves. A city learns the poses of spectacle. Baylor September had its best candles out, their fat white bodies soap-smooth and ridiculous. The statues had been wiped with vinegar and then oiled. They shone with the special vulgarity of holiness maintained by servants. The High Septon's attendants trembled with importance. They thought their god liked to see them involved. The crowd had the look crowds gain on days when they smell that a thing will happen and will change nothing at all for them personally and yet will make them talkative, and that is nearly as good as bread. There were sellers of candied nuts and pies on sticks and bits of ribbon that mothers tied to little wrists so that the child could be found again when something ugly interrupted beauty. The poor had a way of finding events. They like to watch men who have decided how the world will get forced to be still for a minute. Circe came in green with gold on her hair. Joffrey came with his mouth closed because he had been told that words not prepared become weapons turned by the ear of the crowd, and that would make a shape of him he did not fancy. The white cloaks took their places, arrayed to show a pattern rather than any hope of defense. Slint put his men where they would be visible to one another, which is how one trains loyalty that does not cost extra. Varys took his shadow the way a careful man takes his cloak. Peter arranged his face like a man who had been given excellent seats for a play that he had himself written for and could blame for the middle. Ned walked between two guards who did not look at him and past a woman who did. She had flour on her sleeves and the look of a person who has been forced to butter a slice of bread on the ground and eat it anyway. She did not hate him, and that felt like forgiveness. He mounted the steps to the space below the great statue of Baylor and set his feet carefully because careful feet do not trip. The High Septon lifted his hands. The crowd took a breath as if all lungs were tethered to one rope. Circe smiled at Ned as if she loved him. Joffrey looked down at him as if measuring whether he might be made to fit a different story. The Septon intoned something about sin and about cleansing. He had learned to emphasize words like cleanse because those are the ones the wealthy like to hear when the poor are forced to listen to religion. Ned listened because it is courteous to let a man sing if he is determined to. When the Septon made a gesture that meant now, Ned stepped forward. He did not kneel at once. He looked at the faces. He found among them a thin boy with a broom he had seen once somewhere, a woman whose headscarf had slipped and who had pushed it back with her wrist so as not to remove her hand from the child's shoulder, a man with a scar on his left eye and a look that said he'd made the effort to see twice for 40 years and was not going to stop now. He found Slint, who was sweating from the top lip, and Peter, who was not, and Varys, whose hands had gone still, and Meryn Trant, who had decided in advance to be cruel and hoped the day would give him that chance. He found none of the gods because they are not in crowds. He knelt. There was a sound from the mass, a little sigh, and it meant only that the shape had been respected. He put his hands upon his knees. He did not lower his head. "I am Eddard Stark," he said. He did not shout. He did not need to. His voice met the stone and the stone carried it the way water does. "I have served king and realm to the best of my heart and my judgment. I have failed at both often enough to know that confession here is a small act. I do not confess treason. I confess loving law more than peace, and truth more than comfort. I kneel to the law, not to any man who says he is king when he is not. The rightful heir is Stannis Baratheon. I will serve the law until it is placed in his hands." The quiet in the sept stepped forward and set its hand upon the crowd's throat. For a heartbeat, even the babies did not cry, perhaps because their mothers had tightened their arms. Cersei's face did not change. She had learned to keep her face from starting fires before she was 12. Joffrey's eyes widened, and there in his face at last something true appeared, fear, naked as any child's. Slint looked to his men and found in their faces a question he had not paid for. "Well?" Cersei said, and the one word contained both acknowledgement and intent, like the click of a lock. She turned her head to Joffrey slowly, as if reluctant to share the moment. "Your Grace." Joffrey opened his mouth. He had been schooled all morning in what he might say. Those words did not fit his tongue. He said instead, "Kill him," because he liked the way it felt. It was a boy's command. It was yet a king's. The world in the sept did not move for the beat of a heart, and in that beat a crown might have wobbled and steadied. Then Meryn Trant stepped, because he had been made to believe himself useful when a room needs mange. A man in the front rank shouted no without realizing his own mouth had done it. A woman sobbed without looking away. The High Septon fainted with the practice of a man who knows minds are only occasionally useful to religion. Slint's hand lifted. White cloaks made an arrangement of themselves that could have been courage if a different thing had been asked of them earlier in their lives. Ned watched the sword come. He thought of Bran crawling along a roof like a boy who meant to own sky. He thought of Robb with his jaw set around his honor the way a dog sets its teeth around a stick he means to bring home. He thought of Rickon putting his small dusty hand on a puppy and teaching it to love him. He thought of Catelyn's hands telling him he was an idiot and he was hers. He thought of winter falling in the gods would like forgiveness. Then something happened that had not been invited to occur in this room. The bells began to ring, not from the sept's own towers, but from the city. Not a peal, a clamor. Not the slow grace of morning, the terror of flame. Men shouted outside the doors. Smoke lifted, thin, curious. The crowd turned its head in a single motion as birds do when a shadow falls. Sound came through the opening. A roar like a kiln turned to fury. "The river!" someone cried. "The docks!" Cersei turned her head to Meryn, irritated by interruptions in the particular way of a woman whose pageant had been ruined by a rain no one could stop. "Do it!" she snapped. Meryn raised his sword again. His arm came down. A spear shaft cracked against his wrist with a dry, surprising sound. He yelped. His blade went wide and struck the step and sparked, which is a trick swords do to their own delight. The spear that had struck him belonged to a man with the face of a dockside laborer and the eyes of a man who has been told too often that nothing he does matters. He had not meant to be brave this morning. None of his friends had either. They had come to see a story. They had found themselves in one. In the chaos that began like a summer storm, here and there at once. Ned did not rise. He could not have. Two of Slint's men moved belatedly with genuine fury and began to strike not at him, but at the men who had dared interrupt the crown. A white cloak pulled a commoner by the collar and flung him backwards into three others. He fell, they fell, and the wave took 3 rows. The doors at the side opened and a boy ran in with his hair singed and his mouth open in a scream that was only partly fear and mostly a message. "Ships in the bay," he shrilled, voice cracking from its own urgency. "Black sails at the gullet. Fire in the wharf. Galleys, black galleys." "Black sails," Varys murmured under his breath as if answering a riddle he had posed himself. His eyes went to Cersei and then to Ned and then to a point between them in which the shape of a new day seemed to have appeared. "Get him out," Tomard roared in Ned's ear, and Ned realized his old friend had got within arm's length without any man noticing because the crowd had discovered its own purpose and become a living thing. Or were both dead for believing in clocks. "Up!" A hand took Ned under the arm and another at the back. He was on his feet without knowing at which instance he had stood. A gold cloak bellowed and swung for Tomard's neck. The blow bit into wood, not flesh, the shaft of a pole, thrust into the path like a stick put between a dog and a boy. The pole belonged to the same dockside fellow with the stubborn eyes. Ned thought, absurdly, that he should have him to the north and marry him to a stern girl and see whether iron could be made without a forge. They moved. The crowd parted not out of respect but out of being pushed. The aisle became a river and they let it carry them. Slint shouted for order. Meryn Trant howled for blood. Cersei raised her hand and watched it make no difference to the air. Joffrey began to shout kill, kill again like a boy throwing stones at a dog that has decided to stop being friendly. Varys was suddenly at Ned's side with the uncanny delicacy of a shadow. Left, he breathed. The carpenter's door. Ned went left. Men pressed. The door that had never before had undue importance found itself a god for a moment. It accepted their bodies and gave them the cool hush of the passage within. Outside, bells went on. Smoke gathered. Cries began not to be pretty anymore. The docks had taken flame at 3 places where 3 men had set their torches because 3 other men had set coin in their hands and told them the city needed a lesson in independence. The flames ran on pitch, lapped at hemp, climbed poles. A ship went up with a joyous whump that made the air clap its hands. The far shore lifted a line of sails dark as a priest's mood. Men in those ships had prepared their own fires. They had come to teach someone else's business a new arithmetic. A Lycini trick, Peter Baelish said, almost pleased, watching from the wall where he had been so happy to position himself earlier. Or a pirate's lesson. Either will do. The Queen will not be amused. The Queen will be busy, Varys replied, stepping into his own shadow gratefully. Which is not the same thing and not far from it. Ned's heart pounded with age and with the fresh air of not being dead. Tomard's chest worked like bellows. He grinned tightly in a way that meant he had enjoyed something and would remember that he had enjoyed it after the shakes stopped. Next time, Tomard panted. We leave before the chorus. There will not be a next time, Ned said quietly, and believed it. They ran through a corridor that had been told to be quiet and had agreed. Outside, the steps to the yard were busy with men and buckets. A boy ran with a ladder because he had been told that ladders are needed when buildings are upset. He did not know where to put it and put it down and picked it up again and ran somewhere else. Gold cloaks streamed one way, white cloaks another, and the space between them became a place where thieves prosper. Varys put his hand on Ned's arm for a moment and then removed it as if a gentleman would not presume. Your daughters are at sea, he said in a voice that might yet be mistaken for a father's. You have done what you could hear. If you have a prayer, say it now and put your mind to something that needs it more. Tywin will do what Tywin does. Stannis will do what Stannis does. You will have time to choose which to hate first. It is not about hate, Ned said, not certain whether he believed it anymore. No, Varys agreed. It is about who eats. He drifted away, already speaking to someone with a cloth over his arm and a bruise blooming under one eye. In the bay, sails turned their black backs and refused to say whose hands held their ropes. Salador San's ship slid along the inside edge of the swirl like a fish that has seen a net and has learned how to find its seam. Arya leaned over the rail and laughed, high and bright, as a boom swung and a clumsy pursuit missed them by the good grace of a sailor with a scar and a miracle in his right hand. Sansa clutched the rail and did not scream when a tongue of fire from the wharf ran along the water in a trick of floating pitch and came close enough to singe hair. Her mouth made a shape that could have become song or prayer if given 2 more beats. We don't burn, Salador shouted without looking back. Not for the Lannisters' practice. Keep your heads low and your wonder high. It's the only thing that makes a person on a ship no trouble. The vessel cut and went and found clean water where a tide had promised Davos it would be. Behind them, galleys beat their oars with more fury than plan. Ahead, the gullet was a throat that had decided to open. They went out. Robb Stark's bannerers crossed the Green Fork by night because they had paid too much anxiety to a daylight crossing to spend more on it. Walder Frey had counted Stu Bowles and daughters in front of them all, and made sure that no man there would forget that gratitude is a chain if you put too many links on it. Catelyn stood by her son at the river's edge and put her hand for a moment on his sleeve the way she had when he had been 5 and had thought the river would pull him because he had asked it to. He looked down at her hand and then out at the water and allowed himself one breath and then put his foot where it needed to go. The crossing was narrow and required patience. Those are not the North's favorite virtues when enemy fires are threading the horizon. But men kept their place. They had learned how to be a wall of men when asked. On the far bank, the land revealed itself grudgingly under their boots. Scouts slipped into the dark where the grass has learned to hide knives. The first Lannister host they smelled before they saw, which is often the case when knights have been pretending they are not men for too long. Adam Marbrand's banner snapped in a wind such as any decent man would have used to dry shirts. Rob sent the Great John to talk to it with his sword. The Great John said it in the dialect every Southron learns to understand when the argument is launched from above a charging horse. The clash was short and bloody in that practical way small engagements are when no one has had time to embroider their fear with banners. Rob saw Marbrand's plume dip and right itself and then disappear. He saw a file of men in crimson break not because they had been defeated but because the men to their right had decided to survive. He sent Roose Bolton without flourish to make the broken more committed to their choice. Roose went and did it with the unsettling thoroughness of a man who believes silent killing is more polite than shouting. When it was done, Rob stood with his sword at his side and forced himself to look. Not to count, he was not his father, but to let the numbers become something he would have to tell Caitlin later. The Great John laughed with relief and thirst and pride that had not yet learned to keep itself from boasting in front of dead boys. Theon slapped a man's back and made a jest about horse piss. Men laughed and then hated him a little for being able to. Caitlin took Rob's wrist, right where a pulse told her how much of a boy still beat there. "Do not squander this," she said. "Nothing has been decided." "Something has," Rob said, looking at the ground where his men had stood and had not moved until told to. "They will tell it in the Riverlands that a wolf came and bit and did not run away. That is a start." At Highgarden, Renly made himself a spring that men could wear. He took Marjorie's hand in a hall where the tapestries had been brushed until they remembered that to hang beautifully is a duty. Olenna told him quietly and in front of 3 listening servants that if he meant to be king, he must remember kings have nothing but enemies and flatterers for company, and he must learn to despise both politely. He kissed her hand and said he would always make a place at his table for truth. "Truth eats well at my age," she said drily. "It needs the meat." Tywin Lannister broke bread with a blacksmith because the blacksmith had horses and because lords who are not fools do not forget how men who make things talk. He paid the smith twice and watched the man try to give back one of the coins and then decide not to. He told his captains that Stannis would try to choke King's Landing with ships and that was fine. A city that cannot feed itself needs to learn to negotiate with hunger. He told them the Riverlands would burn and then the burning would stop because he would decide where it stopped. He told them the North would have to go home sooner than it liked because winter will have opinions on such matters. He did not tell them about Jaime because they did not need to know how a father names his grief. Tyrion Lannister went up into the mountains with a sellsword and a sense of humor he cultivated like a small garden on bad soil. The clans watched them the way owls watch field mice and said nothing because the man with the scarred grin spoke the language of coins and had put enough of them into their hands to demand attention. Shagga son of Dolf looked at Tyrion and saw a small clever thing that would feed a large violence. He approved. The burned men brought them through a pass with a name that had never wanted to be put into a book. Stone fell where stones fall. Tyrion laughed, and in laughing refused to be made a victim of gravity. He would arrive at the Eyrie with a story and a suggestion and a purse. Sometimes that is enough to make a tower tilt. At Dragonstone, Stannis wrote and sealed and sent and wrote again. He spoke little and slept less. He took counsel with Barristan that tasted of steel and prudence. He tolerated Celis' piety when it was quiet and acted quietly to Melisandre's certainty when it was useful. He did not bow to it when it contradicted law. He stood at the painted table and put his finger on the gullet and said blockade as one says cough. Davos told him which ships might be made to behave and which would pretend and then disobey in the night. Montford Valerion promised his oars and his pride. Orain Waters, too young for his own good, lingered near the maps and tried to memorize a future without telling himself he was doing it. Sansa stood in the bow and let salt make her hair stiff. She learned quickly that if you look too long at the horizon it will take offense and move just as you think you have convinced it to stay. Arya clambered over things and under things and discovered the joy of rope burns. A gull landed near her and tilted its head to regard her with comic severity. She tilted hers back. They came to a small accord. Night fell on the bay and over the Sept and over the Red Keep. Men carried water in buckets until their arms sang in pain and pride. Fire went out where it had been told to. The black sails stood out to sea and made no more assertions. The city breathed again, carefully, as if afraid breathing might remind someone of what had not been finished. In the Tower of the Hand, Ned lay on a pallet because beds had begun to feel like places where one is asked to choose comfort over readiness. Tomard snored once and stopped as if remembering it was rude. In sleep, Ned walked in the godswood and found his father's voice where it had always been. Not in the words themselves, but in the fact that someone was saying them with one's hand upon a shoulder. He woke before dawn and knew he would not see snow here again. He rose and washed with water that had learned to be clean because it had been passed through charcoal and sand by men with their sleeves rolled up. He dressed. He put on the ring he had been given and the knife that had belonged to no one but him. He went to his window and watched the east go from carnelian to pale. He said a thing to himself that men in the north have said for 1,000 years. Do the next right thing. Cersei Lannister did hers. At dawn, she sent men to the White Sword Tower and told them to claim her children. They did so with the sort of delicacy but firmness that women use to remove a splinter from a child's foot in a corner where the men are not allowed to see how they do it. Myrcella went with her chin up because she did not wish to be seen crying by men who think tears belong only to the young. Tommen held Aerys's hand for too long and then let go because he had been told to. The white cloaks stood with their hands on the hilts of swords they had not earned today. She sent other men to the wharves to count ships and to make lists. She liked lists because they are promises disguised as statements. She sent others into the city with purses and with soft voices to buy the tongue of the mob for the afternoon. She sent yet others into the dungeons to explain to men who had shouted too loudly at the sept that their throats would be allowed to forget the effort for a week or two. She sent Janos Slint to his barracks with a kiss on the cheek she did not give him, a promise she later would tell herself she had never made. Ned sat and watched the sun lay itself along the sill. Varys came, and did not pretend today to be anything except tired. There are ships before the gullet that have no banners, he said. I can guess whose. Men with gold rings and dark hair who pretend not to know how to say the wordless. They have not come to burn the city. They have come to remind it that the sea has two sides. Stannis will come behind them and say blockade with his hands. If you intend to live in the north, you must decide first whether you would like the city to be forced to learn humility under this queen or under that king. There is no king, Ned said. There is law. There will be a king when law settles in his lap and refuses to get up. Varys smiled without pleasure and without any sarcasm, either. I wish, he said, that there were 10 more of you and that one of you liked lying. But the gods make men in certain numbers and then stop. Be careful today. There is a cost to having been brave in front of a crowd. It makes your courage feel it must oblige them again, and they will let you. Do not call it bravery, Ned said. I know too many men who have bled for that word. Very well, Varys said. Call it stubbornness. It has fed more babies in my experience. And killed them. Peter came later, when men had begun to shout at dogs. He leaned in the doorway, smiling like a man testing a knife on his own thumb. You've upset her, he observed. She is at her best when upset. It makes her predictable. You like that, Ned said. I like nothing, Peter replied. I like winning. It has the pleasant side effect of making a person appear to have taste and courage. You have too much of one and too little of the other. Ned looked at him. Which? Whichever suits my story today, Peter said, and then the smile sharpened. Do you yet believe the city can be taken with law? Will you still believe it tomorrow when the river runs with boats that have not asked permission? I would like to see the North make itself into a flood for once. It would be very educational. Be careful what you wish to see, Ned said. You might be asked to act it on a stage you did not write. Peter laughed. I can improvise, he said, and left as if he had performed a kindness by not reminding Ned that the gods have always preferred comic actors to straight men. Men in the Riverlands set their faces toward the smoke and moved because there is only one way to make smoke stop. Men in the Vale watched the road for a small ugly Lannister and disputed whether to let him live long enough to speak. Men in the Reach counted barley and banners and decided both could be spared for a while. Men on pike looked west and pretended the mainland did not exist in a way that suggested it would soon insist it did. In Dorne, a girl with roses in her hair listened to a story about a boy with dark hair and decided she would break hearts, and then smiled because the story had ended with the heartbroken being her own, and she did not intend to obey narratives she had not authored. On the narrow sea, a ship that should not have been out in such weather hugged the lee of a bigger one and made conversation with a wind that liked to pretend it was cruel. Arya slept with a knife under her mattress and with her boots on. Sansa lay awake and counted the boards overhead and then stopped and let the ship count her breaths for her. At day's end, the sept had cooled and the stones had remembered they were not made for shouting. Ned went to the godswood that was not his and put his hand again in the fountain. Somewhere in the keep, a boy cried because he had been struck by a man whose job was to teach him sums. Men tell themselves it will help boys learn numbers. Somewhere in the city, a woman laughed because her husband had stepped into a puddle he had avoided every day for 20 years and fallen, and for a moment his dignity had looked like a cat covered in flour. He closed his eyes. The day tomorrow would be worse. That was all right. Days are not required to be fair. He had done what he could for the children placed in his hands by law and by love. He had put steel to the lie once and to the law again. He had told men the truth and not liked doing it in public and done it anyway. He had not yet been killed for it. He suspected he would be. When he returned to his tower, Tomard had a face like an old tree that had stood through too many winters to be much impressed by the next. "They say the Queen plans to name Joffrey's council anew," Tomard reported, "to make a Lord of Slint. Twice over and to give Baelish the keys to the counting rooms so that when she wants a coin he can tell her a coin exists even when it doesn't. They say Pycelle is to be allowed to choose which prayers are paid for. They say, Ned said, and let the words stop. He sat. He unbuckled the knife and set it on the table. He looked at his hands. They were only hands. Catelyn had once kissed the ball of his thumb. He could feel it when he closed his eyes, as if lips could linger in skin years and miles later. "Sleep," he told Tomard. "If sleep comes, we will do the next thing when it asks for us." Far to the north, the air turned sharper than the calendar would have justified. A wolf lifted its head in a wood and scented the air and did not like what it learned and did not yet tell the trees because wolves do not share their fears lightly. In a tower at the edge of the world, men in black looked at each other and said nothing because the thing they would have said would have made them laugh and cry and neither seemed decent in front of the fire. And in a room in King's Landing with a window that had been put in the wrong place for it to be useful to anything but listening, Cersei Lannister stood watching the shapes at the gullet and smiled a little at their presumption and then frowned because presumption is often what men use to disguise inevitability. She put her hand on Joffrey's crown and adjusted it and thought, not for the first time, that if crowns were softer men would wear them with more grace. Then she went and told a man to write a letter to the rock and to make the words briefer and sharper than last time. The man wrote, and the words went, and the world prepared itself to receive them with indifference or fire, as it prefers.